Hey, nice. Oh, gooby gooby. Shmimmy, shmimmy, shmimmy. Oh, did I click that? I don't think I did. Okay, let me go tinkle. Tinkle Tuesday. Earth. I'm back. I'm back from... Oh, I didn't hit the start button on this thing. What's the previous track? Okay. Shmimmy. Hello, abnormal. Welcome to here. We're on page 134 out of 181. Wow. I'm gonna beat this book up, and it's gonna be so messed up. Yeah, okay. Chapter XI. Let me open up the thing again. Shmimmy. Okay, this is the fourth to last chapter. Okay. This great humanity has cried enough. Chapter 11. Parasitism is still the principal characteristic of Euro-American society. Only now, the crude parasitism of the early settler conquest society has grown into and merged its blood with the greater parasitism of world imperialism. The imperialist oppressor nations of North America, Western Europe, and Japan have in the post-World War II years reached a mass standard of living unparalleled in human history. These nations of the imperialist metropolis are choked in an orgy of extravagance, of fetishistic consumerism, of industrial production without limit. And by fetishistic, they don't mean fetish like collars. No, they mean a fetish like an object believed to have mystical power over people or something. The older definition. Fetishistic consumerism of industrial production without a limit. Even now, in the lengthening shadows of imperialism's twilight, in the confusion of the U.S. empire's decline, the settler masses still can hardly believe that their revels are drawing to an end. It must be emphasized that Euro-American society is not self-supporting. The imperialist mythology is that factories simply multiply themselves, that trains beget airlines and mines beget computers. In other words, that the enormous material wealth of the imperial metropolis is supposedly self-generated and supposedly comes to birth clean of blood. The unprecedented rise in the wealth of the oppressor nations is directly and solely based on the increased immiseration, as in misery goes up, of the oppressed nations on a global scale. The looting and killing of early colonialism continue in a more sophisticated and rationalized system of neocolonialism. That means rationalized, like making rationalizations, like convincing yourself or whatever. See. But continue they do. It was Karl Marx, a century and a half ago, who first defined the accumulation of world capital as rising out of an accumulation of world proletarianization, oppression, and misery. The greater the social wealth, the functioning of capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class and the industrial reserve army, the greater is the official pauperism. The phrasing of this is a little awkward. Or maybe I'm just reading it wrong. The greater the social wealth, the functioning of capital, the extent... I don't know, I'm not going to read it again. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. It establishes an accumulation of misery corresponding with the accumulation of capital. Zaire, for example, is the richest mineral-producing nation in the entire world, its great mines overshadowing even such nations as Azania and Canada. The Belgian, French, British, and Euro-American imperialists have taken literally billions of dollars in copper, diamonds, cobalt, and other minerals out of Zaire since the anti-colonial Lumumba government was destroyed in 1960-61. This frenzy of looting has so infected the neo-colonial Mobutu regime that the Belgians laughingly call their allies a kleptocracy. In a typical little amusement, during the winter of 1982, Zaire's president Mobutu and his entourage of 93 wives, concubines, okay, they're all combined, they're not, oh, I didn't put the cursor on my little guy. 93 wives, concubines, servants, and bodyguards spent $2 million visiting Disney World. His make-believe government is perpetually bankrupt, unable to pay even its phone bills, permanently indebted to Western banks. And the African masses, how do they relate to this great wealth? Real wages in Zaire have declined by 80% between 1960 and 1978. This is the source of the wealth. In Zaire, as in Ghana, Philippines, Mexico, and elsewhere in the neo-colonial world, the bottom half live worse than they did 20 years ago. For that matter, worse than they did 5 centuries ago. Majority of the world's population, the proletarian and peasant masses of the neo-colonial Third World, exist under conditions of increasing hunger and landlessness, of increasing terror and dislocation. Millions have died that Euro-Americans may walk on the moon. Whitey's on the moon. People die of hunger and disease that Euro-Americans may overeat. This is the bloody secret at the roots of imperialist technological prosperity. Just as unequal treaties, arrived at through invasion and gunboat diplomacy, were common mechanisms of global capital transfer for much of the 19th century, so today unequal trade in the imperialist world market effectively strips and plunders the neo-colonial world. This is well known, and we need only discuss it in a brief general way. The amazing post-World War II economic recovery of the imperialist powers was not solely a process of creation, but also a process of extraction and transfer. Western Europe was refertilized and rebuilt in large part with new capital extracted from the Third World, extracted under a process of involuntarily tightening trade terms. In the 1960s, Sekou Touré of Guinea pointed out, in the course of the last 10 years alone, the prices of industrial goods in international trade have increased by 24%, while the prices of raw materials have fallen by 5%. In other words, the underdeveloped countries exporting raw materials were, towards the end of the 50s, purchasing 1/3 less industrial goods for a determined quantity of raw materials as compared with 10 years ago. Touré related this to the fact that the average per capita income in the US, which in 1945 was 10 times greater than the average income in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, had by 1960 become even more extreme, no less than 17 times as much as the average third world income. This extractive process has since 1960 only stepped up its tempo, driven to new levels by imperialism's crisis of profitability. Are they going to mention, or I don't know if they're going to talk about why. I mean, they'll probably talk about it. Get around to it eventually, but something. The prices are so low in other countries because Coca-Cola comes in, and not Coca-Cola. No, Coca-Cola comes in afterwards. No, some big companies come in and they say, well, we'll build factories there if you let us extract everything at cheap prices. You should thank us for building these factories because you have no industry. And then they take all the resources out at cheap prices for themselves. Make it into more expensive products. And then after all those resources are taken out, and then the only places for people to work at is at these industries created from Western countries, and then, like, I don't know, whatever. Crunch. Okay, it's a good bit to be done. This extractive process has since 1960 only stepped up its tempo, driven to new levels by imperialism's crisis of profitability. The New York Times recently said, commodity prices have in fact reached their lowest levels in 30 years. For Central America's agricultural economies, the terms of trade, the relative prices of exports and imports, have deteriorated 40% since 1977. The gap between the richest and poorest nations has widened. Moreover, many rural societies are no longer able to feed themselves. In Africa, for example, there is Less food per capita today than there was 20 years ago, with sub-Saharan Africa frequently ravaged by starvation. Behind the neo-colonial facade of international airports, of tourist hotels, of Mercedes-Benz society in the capital cities, is a world of oppressed nations, increasingly war-torn, looted, and socially disorganized. No less than the Wall Street Journal clinically described this in the example of the Dominican Republic. Sugar had been like oil to the Dominican Republic, allowing the country to import its needs without learning to develop them locally. Over the past few years, we've been able to create the illusion of being a developed country. We have the latest computers, automobiles, and appliances, says Felipe Vicini, but we aren't developed at all. Stripped of its imported goods, the Dominican Republic is essentially what it was 100 years ago, a plantation society with thousands of acres of sugarcane, some bananas and cocoa, and several gold and silver mines. Today, in this plantation society, about 6% of the population owns 40% of the wealth. Most of the people are peasants, living in areas where unemployment is 50%. Illiteracy is 80%, and many of the adults and children are malnourished. The impoverished population spills over into urban barrios, and in the city streets, children beg. In the sugar fields, wages average $3.50 a day, or $3.50 a day, at least during the 6-month cutting season when work is available. Much of the cutting is done by Haitians. Some half million of them roam the Dominican countryside, often working in conditions approaching slavery. Okay, I'm going to look over to read this little snip here real quick. In his 1982 Nobel Prize lecture in Stockholm, Colombian novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez reminded the world how in the previous 11 years Latin America has suffered from imperialist violence. There have been 5 wars and 17 military coups. There emerged a diabolical dictator who is carrying out, in God's name, the first Latin American ethnocide of our time. In the meantime, 20 million Latin American children died before the age of 1, more than have been born in Europe since 1970. Those missing because of repression number nearly 120,000, which is as if no one would account for all the inhabitants of Uppsala. Numerous women arrested while pregnant have given birth in Argentine prisons, yet nobody knows the whereabouts and identity of their children. Because they tried to change this state of things, nearly 200,000 men and women have died throughout the continent, and over 100,000 have lost their lives in 3 small and ill-fated countries of Central America, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala. If this had happened in the United States, the corresponding figure would be that of 1,600,000 violent deaths in 4 years. 1 million people have fled Chile, a country with a tradition of hospitality. That is 10% of its population. Uruguay, a tiny nation of 2.5 million inhabitants, which considered itself the continent's most civilized country, has lost to exile 1 out of every 5 citizens. That's 20%. Yeah. The country that could be formed of all the exiles and forced immigrants of Latin America would have a population larger than that of Norway. Okay, see? Conditions approaching slavery, Dominican countryside team. In 1965, when a reform government was attempted by a faction of the Dominican military, the U.S. promptly invaded with 23,000 troops to restore the old order. The neo-colonial societies are not of themselves stable or viable. To maintain them, imperialism subjects the world to a never-ending series of search and destroy missions. There is both the White Death by starvation and disease, and the literally millions of third world casualties from endless war. John Stewart of the Pacific News Service has written, according to War and Peace, a new book published in London, about 35 million people have died in 130 military conflicts in more than 100 countries, all but a handful in the Third World, since the end of World War II. In the vast majority of these conflicts, the 4 original powers of the UN Security Council, Britain, France, the United States, and the Soviet Union, have played prominent direct or indirect roles. One thinks especially of Korea, which claimed the Korean War, which claimed 2.5 million lives and involved all the great powers, of Indochina, which involved all the great powers but Britain, of France's bloody colonial wars in Africa, which claimed several million. The argument that these Third World Wars, which taken together really represent a Third World War, are mostly the products of nation building among Oh, okay. The argument that these Third World Wars, which taken together really represent a Third World War, are mostly the products of nation building among backward and bloodthirsty societies simply doesn't wash. At least it doesn't explain why the four great powers have engaged in as many as 71 direct military interventions outside their own borders in the post-war period, all but 4 of which have been in the Third World. Thus, there is nothing benign about imperialistic parasitism. The so-called world market is not a neutral trading ground, but a system of rigged transactions and economic crimes at gunpoint. There is a direct one-to-one relationship between world hunger, mass unemployment, and proletarian conditions approaching slavery, to use the words of the WSJ, on the one hand, and a fortified Babylon filled with consumer decadence and arms factories on the other hand. For generations, the increasingly proletarian masses of Africa, Asia, and Latin America have labored, and yet live in misery. No society would freely enter into such self-destructive relationships. A world of colonies and neo-colonies create the only conditions for the imperialist free market. In addition to its own armies, imperialism maintains in every nation that it dominates puppet military and police forces, amounting worldwide to millions of armed men, in order to extend capitalistic repression to the smallest and remotest village. The Third World War is already going on. Third World War. Damn, he got me good. U.S. and Japanese military bases in Okinawa. Hokubu training field in the northeast. F6, oh, this is the caption for the photo. F-15 Eagle fighters at Kadena. Hinoko Ammunition Depot. Cap Hudson. Keene Bay. Blue Beach, Red Beach. Kadena Ammunition Depot. Yomitan Auxiliary Airport. Torii Communication Facilities. Kadena Airfield. White Beach. Camp Hinoko, allegedly the site where U.S. nuclear war material stockpiled. Okinawa City. Base Center Street near Kadena Air Force Base. At night, the street becomes crowded with women advertising the obvious, almost all Filipino women. Oh, the sex tourism for the soldiers. Filipino double show and happy hour. 3 for $1.50. Banana sucks fuck show now. Down. Oh, these chapters are not equal in size. Okay. XII, the Global Plantation. 1. The promotion of the proletariat and replacement by third world labor. Oh, damn, they turned him into a dot matrix photo. Okay. The short era of Pax Americana after World War II was one of completing profound changes for Euro-American society. Those expansionist years of 1945 to 1965, when U.S. military and economic power lorded over the entire non-socialist world, saw the final promotion of the white proletariat. This was an en masse promotion so profound that it eliminated not only consciousness, but the class itself. Just as in the 19th century, the Euro-American bourgeoisie both watered down class contradictions and reinforced its settler garrison over the continental empire by absorbing immigrant European nationalities fully into the U.S. oppressor nation. This 20th century cycle had begun in the anti-communist Americanization campaign of the World War I period. It reached its decisive point in the accommodation between the imperialist state. Excuse me, where do these burps come from? It reached its decisive point in the accommodation between the imperialist state and the dependent settleristic CIO unions of the 1930s. The process was sealed by the post-World War II imperialist feast, finally laying to rest the class contradictions of the period of industrial unionism. All the deproletarianization of the white masses was a historic pacification. It led to an increase in decadence and parasitism that has today reached a nodal point. This mass promotion rewarded settlers for the U.S. Empire's supreme triumph as the world's #1 imperialist, super-privileged life for the Euro-American... Well, okay, let me read that again. This mass promotion rewarded settlers for the U.S. Empire's supreme triumph as the world's #1... As the world's number one imperialist. As the world's number one imperialist, super privileged life for the. That's supposed to be period. Okay. Rewarded settlers. Number one imperialist. Super privileged life for the Euro-American masses was made possible by two factors: U.S. domination of world markets and the empire's giant reserve armies of colonial proletarians, who took over a greater and greater burden of essential production from white workers. We must when they say reserve armies, they mean desperate, unemployed guys. We must remember that World War II had physically devastated and bankrupted all the major imperialist nations, save one. In the late 1940s, U.S. steel mills supplied 50% of the world's steel, and now supply only 15%. U.S. aircraft plants manufactured almost 100% of the world's commercial airplanes. As late as 1949, the flow of U.S. trucks, diesel engines, elevators, pharmaceuticals, industrial tools, wheat, etc., accounted for roughly 25% of all world trade. Of course, the largest single market in the entire world, the continental U.S. empire, was owned by U.S. corporations. This produced the economic surpluses that started Euro-American society on its long retreat from essential production. In these years, the Euro-American workers moved upwards, increasingly handing over their places in basic production to colonial workers. Broom and Glenn summarized in the 1960s. Between 1940 and 60, the total number of employed... He's got a beard. Kind of looks like my dad from the side when he was like 30 to 40. He had a big bushy beard. Okay. He wasn't ever a programmer. Between 1940 and 60, the total number of employed white workers increased by nearly 12 million, or 81%, while the total employed labor force increased by only 37%. Hundreds of thousands of white workers have moved up into higher-level jobs, leaving vacancies at intermediate levels that could be filled by Negroes. Negroes are now well represented in semi-skilled work and in industrial unions. Once driven step by step during the 19th century out of U.S. industry they had created, Africans were recruited anew into the factories. They, along with Chicano, Mexicano, and Puerto Rican labor, would keep production growing while most Euro-American workers laid down their tools one by one. By the early 1950s, Armour's main Chicago meatpacking plant was 66% African. Of the 7,500 workers there, almost all the younger men and women were African. The younger Euro-Americans hired by Armour went into white-collar jobs at the nearby 4,000-person Armour main office, which was all white. 4,000 office workers? You really need that? Okay. Swift's meatpacking plant in Chicago was also 55% African by 1950. The desperate Swift personnel department fruitlessly begged young Euro-Americans to work at their plant, with one white woman complaining, "We had so many colored people during the war, and now we can't get rid of them." This had more than local significance. Since at that... Oh, hello, Geode. Playing video games with peeps, so I'll be lurking? Oh, okay. Have a good gaming. This had more than local significance, since at that time, some 75% of all packing house workers in the U.S. were employed in Illinois, Wisconsin. In Houston, Texas as well, Africans and Chicano Mexicanos made up 60% of the packing house workers by 1949. By the 1960s, the transformation of labor was very visible. In the Great Chicago Gary Steel Mill District, over 50% of the workers were Third World, primarily Chicano, Mexicano, and African. In the 26 Detroit area, Chrysler plants at that time... in the 26 Detroit area Chrysler plants at that time, the clear majority of production workers were African, while the skilled trades, supervisors, and office staffs were Euro-American. In some plants, such as Dodge, Maine, the percentage of African workers was 80 to 90%. Chrysler Tank Arsenal, the main producer of U.S. Army heavy tanks, was overwhelmingly African. When it had first opened in 1942, Chrysler had decreed that only Euro-Americans could work there. The UAW officially estimated in 1970 that 25% of all auto workers were African. The League of Revolutionary Black Workers disagreed, saying instead that African workers were then closer to 45% of the primary auto production force. Chicano, Mexicano, and Puerto Rican labor played growing industrial roles as well, particularly in the Southwest and on the East Coast. For example, in the 1920s and 30s, the garment industry was composed primarily of East European, Jewish, and Italian workers. By the 1950s, young Euro-Americans were no longer entering the needle trades. The children of immigrant European sewing machine operators and cutters were going off to college, becoming white-collar workers, or going into business. The AFL-CIO garment unions, while still Jewish and Italian in their bureaucracy, retirees, and older membership, increasingly tried to control an industry workforce that was Chicano, Mexicano, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Dominican, African, etc. on the shop floor. In the urban infrastructure, we saw these changes as well. In 1940, only whites had jobs as transit, bus drivers, mechanics, or motormen in New York, Washington, D.C., etc. By the 1960s, Africans, Puerto Ricans, and Chicano Mexicanos made up a majority or a near majority of the municipal transit workers in Chicago, Washington, New York, and other urban centers. The same for postal workers. Young Euro-Americans didn't want these jobs, which were difficult and might force them into physical contact with the ghetto. This tendency could not reach the theoretical totality of having no settler workers at all, of course, any more than the capitalist tendency toward the concentration of capital could reach its theoretical totality of only one capitalist who would employ the rest of humanity. The growing redependence on colonial labor has been masked not only by industry and regional variations, but by the fact that at all times a numerical majority of manufacturing corporation employees within the continental U.S. are Euro-Americans, although this represents only a small minority of their settler society. This seeming productive vigor was only outward. U.S. imperialism was moving the weight of Euro-American society away from toil and into a subsidized decadence. Essential production and socially useful work occupy a gradually diminishing place in the domestic activity of U.S. corporations, in the work of its settler citizens, in the imperial culture. Decadence, he's dunking on us. Decadence is taking over in an even deeper way, in which non-essential and parasitic things become the most profitable. Funko's your pop. While worthless activities are thought the most important. Always present within imperialism, this decadence now becomes dominant within the oppressor nation. We can see this in the dramatic increase of the non-productive layers in economic life. I'm not sure if the taking note of the decadence is super important, but I guess it's we can see this in the dramatic increase of the non-productive layers in economic life. All this phenomenon is centered in the rule of finance capital. Its manifestation appears in all imperialist institutions. Advertising, marketing, package design, finance, corporate planning, etc. mushroom with each corporation. Management on all levels grows as numbers of production workers shrinks. When one includes the large army of white-collar clerical workers needed to maintain management and carry out its work, the proportions become visibly lopsided. At Weyerhaeuser, the large timberland and natural resources corporation, top executives and professionals alone, not including supervisors, foremen, and clerical workers, account for 1 out of every 6 employees. Oh, wow. At the Southern Pacific Railroad, 1 out of every 10 employees is in management. There has been a historic trend, as an expression of decadence, for the growth of management. The New York Times recently noted, by December 1982, there were nearly 9% more managers and administrators in the American economy than in January 1980, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is in sharp contrast to the nearly 1% decline in overall employment and the 12% drop in blue-collar jobs. In manufacturing businesses that are thriving, such as office and computing companies, and pharmaceutical concerns, administrators and managers account for 11% of total employment. This is an aspect of an overall change in which technology plays its part but is secondary to the corpulence, the affordable self-indulgence of an oppressor nation. Peter Drucker, the management guru, writes on capitalism's midriff bulge. Instead of disappearing or even shrinking, middle management has been exploding in the last few decades. In many companies, the middle between the first-line supervisor and the corporate top has been growing 3 or 4 times faster than sales. The growth hasn't been confined to big business. Middle management and small and medium sizes may have grown even faster. And it hasn't been confined to business. Managerial growth has been even greater in governments, the military, and a host of nonprofit institutions. Midriff bulge, yeah. They're... It's supposed to be like talking. It's supposed to be, you know, like a tummy, I guess. But haha, middle management, midriff, middle. Yeah. See, I don't know. The military and a host of nonprofit institutions. A liberal arts college I know had in 1950 a president, a dean, and an assistant dean of students who also handled admissions and a chief clerk who kept the books. Enrollment has doubled from 500 to 1,000, but administrative staff has increased sixfold, with 3 vice presidents, 4 deans, and 17 assistant deans and assistant vice presidents. 5 secretaries did the same work, now being done by 7 or 8 deans, assistant deans, and assistant vice presidents, and did it very well. The historic trend has been to sharply dilute the number of productive workers, or sharply dilute the role of productive workers, even in vital industries. In food products, for example, the percentage of total employment that is non-production, managerial, supervisory, technical, and clerical, rose from 13% in 1933 to 32% in 1970. A similar development took place in the chemical industry, where non-production employees rose from 16% of all employees in 1933 to 37% in 1970. In manufacturing industries as a whole, the percentage of non-production employees went up from 18% to 30% in 1950 to 1980. You know, I have a fucked up thought. What if instead of having one guy that was like marked as one guy who is in the role of management or supervisory forever, what if they just took one of the worker guys who's already down in the mines or whatever. No, one of the guys who's doing all the actual work, and then they just rotate out guys and be like, all right, it's this guy's turn to I don't know. Well, then that would kind of be like, I guess that's kind of like what Muddy was, but then you have to do the normal work and also manage the guys. I don't know, whatever. The guys who are doing the work know how it's supposed to go, though. So, okay. Oh, yeah, we can even have the guys owning the thing. Input on company stuff, kind of fucked up. Okay. When we look at the overall distribution of employed Euro-Americans, we see that in 1980, white-collar workers, professionals, and managers were 54%, a majority, and service employees an additional 12%. Only 13.5% were ordinary production and transportation workers. That is only 13 out of every 100 employed Euro-Americans. By 1982, and by 1982, there were thought to be more third-world domestic servants in California alone than Euro-American workers in the entire U.S. steel industry. Wow. Excuse me. Okay, number 2. New Babylon. When the author says Babylon, I don't really remember what the hell Babylon is supposed to be, but I guess it's like some, it's like Golden City, TM, the site of the decadence or whatever. When the description of the book is like shining the light on Babylon itself, they're talking about United States, yeah. Okay. 2. New Babylon. The observation was made by the Black Liberation Movement during the 1960s that modern America was just slavery days on a higher level, in which U.S. imperialism as slave master made the entire third world its plantation, and America itself its big house Johnson. The real economy of the U.S. empire is not continental but global in its structural dimensions. The U.S. oppressor nation itself has increasingly specialized into a headquarters society, heavily dependent upon the super profits of looting the entire third world. This is more than just a matter of dollar transactions. Born out of the slave trade and the conquest of Indian lands, raised up to power through colonial labor, the U.S. oppressor nation has again developed a one-sided dependence, even for its daily necessities, on the labor and resources of the oppressed nations. The Wall Street Journal said recently, by last year, the U.S. sales to third world countries had swelled to 39% of its exports, from 29% in 1970. This even understates the relationship. Africa, for example, accounts for 10% of all U.S. export earnings by official statistics. By that, I guess I mean actually the continent Africa. Okay. These figures conceal more than they reveal, not including, for example, the profits taken out of Africa directly and indirectly by the European subsidiaries of U.S. multinationals, not the sale of third-party commodities such as Saudi oil by U.S. multinationals. That confused me a little bit. See, not including the profits taken out of Africa directly and indirectly by subsidiaries. Okay. Nor can such figures express the super profits gained through unequal trade terms. The US and other imperialists purchased from Africa at bargain basement prices, often only a fraction of what they were 30 years ago. Cocoa, coffee beans, iron ore, chromium, coal, mica, nickel, cobalt, copper, manganese, and so on. The basic raw materials of industrial life are taken by US imperialism so cheaply, they are the next thing to free. This economic dependency on the rest of the world was recently admitted by former US Vice President Mondale. Unless our exports grow, we cannot hope to recover from the recession. More than 20% of American industrial output is exported. 1 out of every 6 manufacturing jobs is linked to exports. 4 out of every 5 created between 1977 and 1980 were export-related. Almost 1/3 of all corporate profits derived from foreign investment and trade. 2/5 of our farmland produces for export. The most significant trend to us, however, has been the export of capital in the form of production. This is the latest step in moving the work of essential production out of the oppressor nation. In the 1945 to 1965 period, the loyal Euro-American workers received a mass promotion away from the proletariat, raising the majority of them out of the factories and fields and into the white-collar professional office and sales world. Even in its origins, this was only possible by replacing them with colonial labor, African, Puerto Rican, and Chicano Mexicano. That early stage in which the African proletariat took such a heavy role in industrial production is now over. In the second stage, the empire is continuing to move productive work out of the oppressor nation. This is accelerating on a global basis now, with factories moving across the Pacific and southward below the Rio Grande. Even within the continental empire, new millions of colonial proletarians are being brought in from Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean to both provide even cheaper industrial and service labor, and to permit the dispossession of Africans. Alarmed at the rising anti-colonial movement of the 1960s, the empire has been replacing African workers as rapidly as possible. Images of the past persist. We recall how African proletarians at the point of rebellion were systematically dispersed out of the urban south of the 1830s, and later throughout the 19th century driven out of the industry and skilled trades they'd created. Oh, I missed an asterisk? Where did that one come from? Oh, up here. 1/3 of corporate profits from foreign investment and trade. Many of the largest corporations, such as Ford, GM, Exxon, Citibank, Coca-Cola, obtain over 50% of their profits overseas. Okay. Africans driven out. We recall how the early settlers in New England kept Indian women and children as slaves, but disposed of all the Indian men as too dangerous. The New York Times, in reporting new studies in African unemployment, said, in addition to the men counted in the statistics who have no jobs, about 15 to 20% of black men. Oh, that's how I know it's modern, because they started calling them black men. And okay. Maybe I don't know if I should still be doing a yeehaw accent. Now I gotta do the reporter accent. The businessman accent crunches you. In addition to the men counted in the statistics who have no jobs, about 15 to 20% of black men aged 20 to 40 could not be found by the Census Bureau and are presumed to have neither jobs nor permanent residences. More than half of black adult males do not have jobs. The jobless rate for new African men in the U.S. is adjusting toward the usual world level, the 40 to 50% seen in Mexico City or Kinshasa. I don't know. Thus, the growing integration of the... Where is that? Kinshasa. Capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I see. Thus, the growing integration of the entire Third World into the U.S. economy is increasing national dislocation and misery. This photo says a plant run by Colgate Palmolive in Kingston, Jamaica. I didn't know Colgate and Palmolive were a fused amoeba. Oh, the export of production. The unoccupied zone of Mexico, just south of the artificial border, provides a clear example. There in 1982, some 128... Hold on, let me make sure that... Yeah, okay. There in 1982, some 128,000 Mexicano women labored in the maquilas, the factories set up by U.S. corporations to assemble parts from the U.S. into finished products, which are then shipped back north across the artificial border. The average wage is less than $1 an hour with a 48-hour work week. RCA, Caterpillar Tractor, Ford, Chrysler, American Motors, and many other major corporations have maquilas. GM has 10 such plants in the unoccupied zone. Foster Grant sunglasses, Samsonite luggage, Mattel toys, and many other familiar products come in part out of the maquilas. The rate of profit is enormous. In 1978, the Mexicano women assemblers and machine operators in the maquilas added a total of $12.7 billion in value to the products they made for U.S. corporations. At the same time, total wages paid to the then 90,000 workers were less than $336 million, roughly 1/36 of the value they created. Wow. These profits of billions of dollars each year never even passed through neo-colonial Mexico, of course. The U.S. oppressor nation receives a flow of inexpensively produced consumer and industrial goods. U.S. finance capital and the multinationals are aided in shoring up the rate of profits, while the rate of profit is a Marx term that I totally forget exactly what it means because it's kind of a hard to understand thing, but okay. Oh, wait, no, it's the falling rate of profit, which is a thing. The biggest contradiction in capitalism or whatever, where it can't keep up with itself. Okay. U.S. finance capital and the multinationals are aided in shoring up the rate of profits, while a shrinking number of Euro-American workers are still unable to receive their necessary high wages. While everyone understands instantly the unemployment problem caused by corporations moving their factories abroad, there is much less light shed on how some Euro-American workers benefit from it. To be sure, every trade union favors full factory employment with $20,000 per year wages. Average U.S. wages for manufacturing production workers are slightly above $16,000 per year. Those days are gone forever, the monetary fruits of boom economy and monopoly markets. Now, for at least some Euro-American workers to retain those high-wage jobs, and the bosses to still profitably use U.S. factories with considerable capital invested in them, labor costs have to be averaged down by blending in super-exploited colonial labor. American Motors, for example, says this explicitly. An AMC spokesman said, "We established a strategy to continue to operate U.S. plants, but to expand in Mexico to average our costs downward." Fisher-Price has... The baby toys? Damn. Fisher-Price has 5 toy factories in the U.S., but its Mexican plant, the smallest, produced the toy tape recorder that was their number one profit maker in 1982. Reason? $1 an hour wages. Or take GM's modernization to compete with imports. Shmimma. Sorry. I'm thinking. Shmimma. Okay. Or take GM's modernization to compete with imports. Recently, General Motors announced a $200 million plan to frankly imitate Toyota City, Toyota's primary, highly integrated complex in Japan. GM hopes that reorganization and robotizing its main Buick plants into a Buick City in Flint, Michigan will let it reduce costs by $1,500 per car. Of course, today's 8,600 Buick workers in Flint will be slashed by 3,600, 40%, by 1986. GM, which even now employs one skilled technician for every 5.6 production workers, hopes for the ratio to be 1-to-1 by the robotized future of year 2000, Many auto workers will lose their jobs, but a large minority will still have their high wage positions. Where does GM get the $200 million to modernize Buick production to stay competitive, and incidental to that, still employ high-wage Euro-American workers? While GM might say retained earnings or raising capital on the bond market, we note that the labor costs saved by GM in producing some auto parts for the US in its 10 Mexican plants instead of Detroit is over $200 million per year. That is not their profits, but their super profits above and beyond normal profits gotten from $1 an hour labor. GM can have renewed factories, and a number of Euro-American auto workers can still keep their high-wage jobs. So while the liberals and radicals see high-wage US production and low-wage colonial production as opposed to each other, it is truer that there is an interrelationship and even a dependency. The flashy production of robots and automation, of oppressor nation technicians and workers drawing advanced wages, draws sustenance from the ordinary physical labor and skills of the Mexicano proletariat. Nations become almost as classes. The maquilas do not constitute any economic development for Mexico. They are just labor-intensive intrusions of U.S. manufacturing. It isn't just the profits that go to the U.S. oppressor nation. The U.S. receives both the super profits and the consumer product. Shmima. The reason I stopped for a moment earlier was because I was thinking, once again, what the shortest possible explanation for why is the wages cheap in third world country? I think I said something about it earlier, but it's like when the U.S. controls their economy, U.S. companies control their economy, and then any resources or whatever that they could have done to build up their own economy has been like pushed out of the way by U.S. financial interests, and then you might be like, oh well, I don't know. And then the final bonus thing is that they do all that violent oppression in these other countries that they don't do in the U.S. anymore to keep wages down if anyone would ever try to. Yeah. Although I guess technically they have some puppet leader in that other country to do it instead. So they can be like, oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't the US that did that. It wasn't Coca-Cola Death Squads. Okay. All right. Shmima. It isn't just the profits that go to the US oppressor nation. The US receives both the super profits and the consumer products themselves, while retaining all the white-collar managerial, professional, clerical, technical, and distributive jobs made possible by the production. Even in this form of giving Mexican women employment at wages five times the usual rate in the rural areas, the imperialist looting has a destructive effect on the social fabric. The border maquilas gather women from all over the unoccupied zone while hoping to force jobless men north across the artificial border. So this export of production is often a Trojan horse to the third world. Even worse is the parasitic trend of looting the third world for foodstuffs, shifting agricultural production for U.S. consumption in part to the oppressed nations. The entire imperialist bloc is joining in on this. In 1980, the Far East Economic Review noted that in poor Asian nations, the new export-oriented luxury food agribusiness is undoubtedly the fastest-growing agriculture sector. Fruits, vegetables, seafood, and poultry are filling European, American, and, above all, Japanese supermarket shelves. Excuse me. In Mexico, this has reached grotesque proportions. Within the unoccupied zone, the area of western Sinaloa alone supplies some 50% of all winter vegetables consumed in the U.S. Thousands of peasants have been displaced, driven off traditional lands to make way for the large plantations and their gunmen. Oh, there it is, the gunmen. That are new colonial agents for the U.S. supermarket chains. The land is Mexican. The labor is Mexicano. Only, I mentioned before, I was going to say Mexican and then Mexicano because I'm a little freak, I guess. No, just or I don't know, whatever. Only profits in consumption are Euro-American. There's nothing too subtle about this. White America is parasitic on the Mexicano nation, taking food from the starving to help fill up the fabled American supermarket. Oh, my nose is itching again. There must be something about sitting in a spot and speaking for a long time that makes my nose itchy. It's really messed up. Although, Muddy's been sneezing a lot, so maybe I'm actually just spreading, maybe I'm just a vector for disease and there's like little guys in my nose, and that's why it's itchy. There's nothing too subtle about this. White America is parasitic on the Mexicano nation, taking food from the starving to help fill up the... I read that already. To help fill up the fabled American supermarket. A report from Mexico in the New York Times tells the price paid by that oppressed nation for involuntarily maintaining the American way of life. Reliable statistics on nutrition levels do not exist, although the 1970 census concluded that 30% of the population, then over 60 million, were undernourished. Another 30% suffered malnutrition, and at least 20% were obese because of poorly balanced diets. The first indicator is when we see infant mortality rising again, said Dr. Adolfo Chavez, head of nutrition in the National Nutrition Institute. In some really depressed rural communities, few children born since 1974 have survived. We have what we call generational holes. Did Muddy get sick, or is she just sneezing because allergies or whatever? I think if it was allergies, well, she would have been doing it earlier, but I was only in like the last couple of days. She sneezed on me today, although it wasn't like on my face. She sneezed over my legs, and I felt the jungle mists coalesce on my skin. When I was lying in bed. Okay. Yeah. So, generational holes. But infant mortality is also growing in slum areas of the cities. More than 100,000 children die here each year because of the relationship between malnutrition and transmittable diseases, he said. And of the 2 million or so born each year, at least 1.5 million will not adequately develop their mental, physical, and social functions. As in many developing countries, agricultural priorities are first, food for export, second, food for industrial processing, and only third, food for the population at large. While winter vegetables, strawberries, tomatoes, and coffee are being produced for export, for example, the government must import corn and beans. Similarly, according to official figures, more basic grains are consumed for animal forage than by 20 million peasants. I sneezed laying down once and closed my eyes and let all the particles fall. Maybe that's gross, but it's an interesting feeling. If you need that interesting feeling, you could get a mist spray bottle or something. No. Some other form of mist. You should note here that the peculiar chemical mechanized U.S. agriculture is itself highly specialized, primarily oriented around the subsidized mass production of feed grains. 2/3 of all U.S. agriculture exports are feed grains used in raising livestock. Most of these exports are to the industrial powers, Europe, Japan, and the USSR, while much of the $16 billion in foodstuffs the U.S. imports each year is from the Third World. In Mexico, the neocolonial economy imports grain from the U.S. to raise meat for the upper and middle classes, while exporting significant amounts of its own food productivity. So all over the Third World, the oppressed not only supply U.S. imperialism with raw materials, but increasingly labor in both the factories and the factories in the fields, to send the U.S. a growing stream of consumer and industrial products, and even foodstuffs. The world plantation is still very real in the age of the computer. We say that the first makes the second possible. The world plantation makes the computer possible. High tech in the Third World. This trend now accelerates. As early as 1970, the U.S. electrical equipment industry had 1/3 of its total workforce outside the U.S. borders. Ford Motor Company, which already takes over 50% of its profits overseas, has announced plans to sharply increase foreign production. Already investing $1 billion each year in foreign plants, Ford's spokesman emphasized, "We plan to spend at an even higher rate." Even Hewlett-Packard the computer giant that is one of the largest California high-tech employers, is building its newest major plants in Mexico and the UK. Hewlett-Packard has said that its future production growth will be outside the US. I think Hewlett-Packard is probably not the largest California high-tech employer anymore. This is the 3rd edition. The 4th edition has probably been updated, and as far as the tech bit goes, but yeah. If I wanted to get the 4th edition, I'd have to buy it, I guess. Or search somewhere else besides this website that made it so easy to find. Okay. Paradoxically, the uproar over the Atari Corporation's decision to close out US production itself verifies this trend. While radicals denounce this move to shift manufacturing of its video games and home computers. So what's up with that? Let's see. Shmimmy. Atari. Oh, the US. To shift manufacturing of its video games and home computers from the US to Hong Kong and Taiwan. Atari production has always been in the third world. Its game cartridges are made in Puerto Rico, its Asian plants were established years ago, and its US production employs, and its US production employees, primarily Chicano, Mexicano, and Asian immigrant women. It was only a question for Atari of which third world workers to lay off. Decadence has revealed anew in unexpected ways. Everyone has heard that high tech is the industrial future. These are the new industries based on sophisticated products that keep rapidly changing, keeping on the cutting edge of technology, rather than just stamping out standard products year after year. In other words, instead of steel bars and diesel engines, computer chips or biogenetics or robotics. These high-tech industries today, by their very nature, employ one engineer for every 3.6 production workers. For every 3.6 production workers in the U.S. And there is today a relative shortage of engineers in key specialties. Let's see this picture. Unemployed Mexican carpenter, painters, and electrician try to pick up some work on the streets of Mexico City. Pintor, electricista, carpintero, pintura, barniz. Shmir. The U.S. empire's answer has been to drain engineers from the rest of the world, in particular the third world, India, Taiwan, Mexico, Palestine, etc. A recent study funded by the Mellon Foundation reported that it's the brain drain. Many graduate engineering programs, even at some of the most prestigious institutions, draw 70% or more of their students from abroad. Several engineering deans, the report says, suggest that without foreign students, they would have had to close down their graduate program in the short run, and their whole operation ultimately. Since graduate students are essential labor in university laboratories, much research vital to the national interest would grind to a halt without foreign students, the report warns. It turns out that many of the engineering school faculty as well, at some universities close to a majority, are from the third world. In 1982, for the first time, a majority of the U.S. doctorates awarded in engineering went to foreign students. In testimony before a House of Representatives Immigration Subcommittee, John Calhoun of the Intel Corporation, Advanced Electronics, said, "We in the industry have been forced to hire immigrants in order to grow." Oh, boo-hoo, crunch. He said that just considering graduates of U.S. universities, 50% of the master's degree engineers and 66% of the PhD engineers hired by Intel were foreign immigrants. The U.S. He said the words. The U.S. empire's absorption of third world scientists and engineers, the brain drain, is so significant that last year the UN General Assembly passed a resolution urging a halt to reverse transfer of technology out of the third world. The US and the other native powers voted against it. Even when it comes to high technology, it turns out that part of the US empire's superiority comes from looting the third world. They already looted all the resources and all the manual labor, and they gotta loot all the smarties too. They just can't stop looting. Just as interesting is the question of why aren't there enough Euro-American engineers? Answer: engineering doesn't pay well enough for settlers. In 1981, a survey found an average engineering income, according to the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, of $36,867. This isn't good enough for them. Engineering requires years of study, taking difficult courses in college, and then constant re-education to keep up with new advances. The overwhelming majority of U.S. engineers leave the field, primarily for management and entrepreneurial careers. A 1970 survey of 878 MIT engineering graduates found that 726 had left engineering. Wow. For Euro-Americans, in other words, engineering is primarily a good foundation to become a business executive. While U.S. universities are producing 67,000 engineers per year, the American Electronics Association says that through 1985, there will be an annual shortfall of 20,000 engineers just in its sector. The shortfall only exists because as many as 50,000 U.S. engineers per year leave the profession. Technical education becomes only a step to swell the numbers of Euro-American businessmen, while the Third World is drained of educated men and women to do essential parts of the actual technological work for the U.S. empire. Decadence manifests itself even in the most advanced aspects of the oppressor nation. Babylon with computers is still Babylon. Well, excuse me. It's clicking time. Okay. Undocumented colonial labor. The growing dependence on undocumented workers just transfers new third world production inside the borders of the continental empire. Numbering a minimum of 6 million at this time, these workers are primarily Mexicano, but include Dominicans, Chinese, Haitians, and others from all over the world. The role in production is by now essential and irreplaceable to the U.S. oppressor nation. Undocumented workers play both a specific and general role. In specific, they are the proletariat. I don't know if that's supposed to be emphasized or it was just a weird scan. In specific, they are the proletariat in U.S. agriculture and government industries. In general, they are a mobile continental labor army, constituting the low-wage proletarian base in many enterprises upon which a superstructure of skilled, white-collar and management jobs for Euro-Americans is erected. Douglas S. Massey of the Princeton University Office of Population Research has noted that illegal aliens typically work in menial, low-paying positions shunned by citizens, who often work in supervisory and administrative positions in the same firms. Undocumented colonial labor. You know, these images show up a lot better in the black and white. It's probably because they were already black and white and like made with these like dots. Some of the other ones were like, some of the other pictures earlier were like paintings or comics or. No, it's probably because of like the way it's like with the dots. Okay. Let's see. Undocumented colonial labor pervades the imperialist economy. Undocumented workers haul in nets on shrimp boats off Texas, repair railroad tracks near Houston, assemble furniture in California factories, unload trucks at a Chicago food processing plant, trim tree branches away from suburban Illinois electric power lines, clean rooms in Connecticut hotels, sell fast food in Manhattan, mop floors in corporate offices, and operate canning machines in Florida factories. The undocumented worker drives trucks, puts together electrical goods, slaughters beef, harvests crops, and in general does those necessary jobs at wages too low to sustain the white lifestyle. In supplying the settler society with cheap food and clothing, undocumented workers supply two of the three basic necessities of life, literally feeding and clothing Euro-Americans. Even within the continental U.S., it is well known that effectively all agricultural labor is third world. The tractor dealers and mechanics, fertilizer salesmen and county agricultural agents, the farm owners and managers may all be Euro-American, but the agricultural laborers in the fields are African, Puerto Rican, or Dominican, and most of all Chicano-Mexicano, as is much of the workforces in food processing. It is hard for a Euro-American family to have a day's meals without eating the products of immiserated third world labor. This applies only more so to clothing. The clothes Euro-Americans wear are appropriated from third world labor. Los Angeles has become a major garment manufacturing center with an estimated 100,000 workers. Even by AFL-CIO estimates, some 80% of these workers are Chicano-Mexicano. An absolute majority are undocumented workers. This is a sweatshop industry with conditions that Euro-Americans left behind them over a generation ago. A 1979 investigation by the California Division of Labor showed that of 1,083 garment manufacturers, some 999, 92%, were paying less than the minimum wage. Some 376 of these manufacturers, 34%, did not have workers' compensation insurance. Many used illegal child labor. These Chicano-Mexicano workers joined the other third world garment workers, furnishing America with clothes. Nicaragua, Honduras, Malaysia crunches you? Okay. Ecuador? I don't know. Label on the back. Made in Vietnam crunches you? Okay. In New York, over a quarter of all garment workers, some 50,000, work in supposedly illegal sweatshops. Not only Chinese women, the traditional sweatshop workers in New York, but also Koreans, Haitians, Dominicans, Chicano-Mexicanos, etc. Undocumented workers make up a growing and perhaps majority part of New York garment workers. It is certainly indicative that over 30% of all International Ladies Garment Workers Union, ILGWUAFL-CIO members there are undocumented. New York's Department of Labor admits that in most cases, these workers earn under the minimum wage, union or not, well, good, thanks for nothing, union, and that their agency had found sweatshops where the third world women averaged $1.50 an hour in pay for 50-hour weeks. Even that is more than the garment workers in Asia and Latin America earn. Imports accounted for 41% of clothing sales in the US in 1981. And then most of that clothing, either it didn't sold and went into a pile of rot, or it was worn, it was bought and worn for like less than a month and then thrown out. Okay. Charles B. Keeley, immigration policy analyst for the Population Council in New York City, told the Washington Post, "Could the economy continue to function if all the illegal aliens are deported? Are they really deportable?" he asked. "Would Americans do those jobs? Some industries such as agriculture, food services, and garment manufacturing are virtually dependent on illegal immigrant labor. The big house needs the plantation." As Lennon pointed out, "The class of those who own nothing but do not labor either is incapable of overthrowing the exploiters. Only the proletarian class, which maintains the whole of society, has the power to bring about a successful social revolution. The meaning of this for us is obvious." Ouch. We got him. New York Times, Sunday, October 19th, 1980. Thousands of aliens held in virtual slavery in the U.S. I guess I can read this out. Volume CXXX, number 44,741. Immokalee, Florida? Let's look this up. Yeah. Unincorporated community in Florida. Uncounted thousands of Spanish-speaking aliens who flee to this country every year, are each year to escape the crushing poverty of their homelands, are being virtually enslaved, bought and sold on sophisticated underground labor exchanges. They are trucked around the country in consignments by self-described labor contractors who deliver them to farmers and growers for hundreds of dollars a head. Exactly how many find themselves bound to employers who take advantage of their illegal status, their naivete, and their cultural alienation is not known, but dozens of Immigration and Naturalization Service officials, migrant aid lawyers, prosecutors, social workers, union organizers, and others who work closely with migrant laborers said in interviews that they believe the practice, while not common, was probably a growing one involving thousands of migrants from the tomato fields of Arkansas to the apple orchards of Virginia, from the cotton fields of North Texas to the orange groves of Florida. Rising tide of immigration. I don't feel like reading this whole thing. Shmimmin. Meow. Trafficking. $2 a day. Sleeping in the fields at night. Watching eyes for the green uniformed agents of La Migra, United States Border Patrol. Underworld slave traders. Shackled with inflated debts they can never repay. Locked up by night and guarded by day, beaten or threatened with harm or even death, they try to escape. Their children held hostage to ensure their continued servitude. Sometimes workers held in bondage are little more than children themselves. With 25,000 or so come to Florida, the peak of the winter harvest season. Perhaps 2,000 are trapped in camps so they can't leave. When the harvest ends, the worker, if he's lucky, is set free, often with only a few dollars to show for weeks of labor. If he's not so lucky, he's sold by the farmer to another farmer for $700, and the process begins again. I think that's just slavery. Oh. One of the largest smuggling operations is run by 2 Florida mans. Okay. Shmeemer, shmeemer. Whitey's on the moon. One small step for white boy. One giant leap for white... okay. No, My random guess, Vietnam? No, I don't know. Somewhere in South Asia. I got the farmer hat. For every party, there's... Okay. Yeah, it was Vietnamese refugee. For every party, there's a morning after. In New Orleans, yesterday morning, a Vietnamese refugee helped clean up... Oh, okay, so Vietnamese refugee in the U.S., that's United Statesian speed sign. Helped clean up some of the tons of garbage that were all that remained of the Mardi Gras. Damn. Oh, we're on... Oh, boy. You hit him with the 3 letters. Okay, we're on 13 already. I don't think the rest of them had quotes around it. Let's see. Class, culture, and community. A UE international officer said in November 1968 to a group of shop stewards and local union officers. For the past 2 years, as you know, we have been widespread discussion in our union on the general feeling of rebellion, cynicism, and disgust among young workers. Let's examine now why these young workers coming into the shops today feel and act as they do. Oh, I gotta do the yeehaw accent. Excuse me. When this young guy starts getting his weekly paycheck, it looks pretty good, but not for long. Soon he buys a house with a 30-year mortgage. He puts some furniture in the house. You guys have a house? Okay, he puts some furniture in the house. He buys a car, a refrigerator, washer and dryer, a TV, likely a color TV. On top of all that, his young wife is pregnant again. We don't know how that happened, but she got pregnant. As the monthly bills start piling up, his pay envelope looks ridiculous. He sees no reason at all why America, the richest country in the world, can't give him a job that will provide him with all of the necessities and some of the luxuries of life. And what's wrong with that? He is frustrated. He is mad. He is ready to fight the establishment that fails to give him what he needs. Matlis and Higgins, them and us. I'd like to tell you why we are troubled. First, we are... oh, there's a lot of quotation marks. More quotation marks. I'd like to tell you why we are troubled. First, we are tired of being politically courted and then legally extorted. Second, we are sick and tired of institutions, both public and private, not being responsive. Third, we feel powerless in our dealings with these monoliths. Fourth, we do not like being blamed for all the problems of Black America. Fifth, and perhaps the key, we anguish at all of the class prejudice that is forced upon us. The speaker is Barbara Mikulski, a third-generation Polish-American from Baltimore, and there's little question but that she speaks for millions of the inhabitants of what Peter Binzer calls White Town, USA. Oh, it's about the poor whites again. Okay. People forget that in the metropolitan areas, twice as many white as non-white families live in official poverty. What about the numbers of the other guys, the non-white? Oh, wait. I misread that, but whatever. Live in official poverty, and of course many white towners don't quite qualify for that governmental distinction. They are poor, but not poor enough. The white town husband and father works hard as a truck driver or turret lathe operator or policeman or longshoreman or white collar clerk, perhaps at more than one of these jobs, to buy and hold on to his 14-foot wide house and new color television set. You guys have a television? No. The only place we feel any sense of identity, community, or control is that little home we prize, says Mikulski. But there again, we feel threatened by him. And then they said the thing, and I was like, oh, that's what this is about. But there again, we feel threatened by black people. Carnegie Quarterly, fall 1970. Euro-American workers are absorbed, as are Boer Afrikaner workers in Azania, into supra-class settler communities where the... let's see, Azania? I guess it's in South Africa. No. A name that has been applied to various parts of southeastern tropical Africa. Something proposal to rename South Africa as Azania. Somalia? Okay, it's just a region area, I guess. No, they didn't name a place in the Marvel Black Panther thing, Azania, south of Wakanda. Okay. Alright. Euro-American workers are absorbed, as are Boer Afrikaner community workers in Azania, into supra-class settler communities, where the petite bourgeoisie is leadership and the labor aristocracy is the largest and most characteristic element. There is a distinct and exceptional Euro-American way of life that materially and ideologically fuses together settler masses, shopkeeper, trade unionist, and school teacher alike. The general command of bourgeois ideology over these settler communities is reinforced by the mobilization of tens of millions of Euro-Americans into special reactionary organizations. Those Euro-Americans who are immiserated or heavily exploited are not only still commanded by loyalty to their empire, but are submerged and disconnected among the far larger, heavily privileged mass of their fellow citizens. These white poor are truly the lost, the abandoned remnants of the old class struggle existing without direction inside Babylon. Oh my, that photo does not make him look good. I turned him into a indie horror game guy. While there are numbers of Euro-American workers, they no longer combine into a separate proletarian class. The old white industrial proletariat of the 1930s has been dissolved by promotion and privilege, and its place taken by the colonial proletariats. The abnormal and historically brief contradiction of proletarian class conflict within the settler garrison has been ended. Just as in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, the U.S. oppressor nation is again a non-proletarian society that is purely capitalistic in nature. The level of decadence and general privilege can be measured by examining the class structure. Revisionist analyses of the U.S. class structure. The teeth in that picture? Yeah, he's got those bright, shiny white, pearly whites. It's because he's been feasting on our flesh and blood or whatever. That's how he keeps them shiny. Probably by ripping and tearing and ripping the money out of people. No, that's where that money came from. Okay. Non-proletarian society that is purely capitalistic in character. The level of decadence and general privilege can be measured by examining the class structure. Revisionist analyses of the U.S. class structure are, of course, deliberately misleading. Most typically, the revisionists lump together the U.S. oppressor nation with the various third world oppressed nations and national minorities as one society. Their scheme is to try and hide Babylon behind the masses of colonial workers. They typically say, America has a working class majority. This implies about settler society what is not true. Flossing? Yeah, he got to get the chunks out after he krills the dude. I mean, extracts the value. There was a video I watched recently by a guy called John the Duncan. He used a word, he used a phrase as like universalizing class struggle, saying like class, or is it when little white boys, when guys, quote unquote, pseudo-leftists, trying to like say that the class struggle in third world countries is the same as the class struggle TM in America or other Europe, settler countries. similar to, or related and similar, but I guess maybe not exactly the same as class reductionism. But it's kind of in the same ballpark. Or at least the way I see the word class reductionist used. Okay. Shmimmer. America has a working class majority. This implies about settler society what is not true. A more subtle distortion is to focus on Euro-Americans, but to determine class by sorting each individual man and woman into different occupational groupings. Oh, is this the roughly correlating to a private relationship to the means of production and distribution? This approach lets the revisionists claim that the majority of white Americans are working class. This approach denies the sensuous reality of human society. Classes are huge, self-defined, living social formations, with general aspects and aspects unique to their own history, time, and nation. Engels, in this regard, notes, the working classes have always, according to the different states of the development of society, lived in different circumstances, and had different relations to the owning and ruling classes. It is our task to discover and explore the tangible class formations that have their own existence in material life, completely independent of our investigation. The revisionist distortion, on the contrary, seeks to arbitrarily concoct statistical categories, fill them up, on paper anyway, with abstract individuals, and call this classes. This is just bourgeois sociology with left rhetoric. Oh, he said the word patriarchy. The U.S. oppressor nation is a patriarchal... I didn't mention it earlier. This was one of the criticisms of some other writer guys. They said he didn't talk about patriarchy much, but he did. I guess he did. He got like at least half a point. The U.S. oppressor nation is a patriarchal settler society of some complexity. In general, Euro-Americans exist in family units, with the class identity of the family primarily dependent on the husband or father. We should say that we neither advocate this situation nor see it as eternal. It is the prevailing reality at this time, in this century, and it is our task to understand it. He's neither for or against families. I think we should blow up families with a big missile launched from a big guy's mouth. I was eventually planning to read Engels's thing on, it was on the origin of family, private property, and the state. I think it's like less than 100 pages. I just haven't gotten around to it. I got a little worried. I was like, is this too crusty and white? Okay. There was another thing I tried to read once, as Society of the Spectacle. I got annoyed by the first chapter, and I and I just closed it. It warned me. They told me to start on chapter 4. Okay. The revisionist methodology comes up with conclusions like all secretaries are in the clerical sector of the working class. That sounds reasonable to many. Factually, however, it isn't true. For example, if a young Euro-American woman works as a secretary, came from a petite bourgeois family background, is married to a professional, lives in an exclusive white residential suburb or RT, urban community, shares in a family income of $30,000 per year. Is she working class? Could she be working class, but her husband and children petite bourgeois? Obviously, such a person would, in the actual social world that exists, be solidly flourishing within the petite bourgeoisie. Yeah, he got me. He got me good. This is not such a far-fetched example. Fully 25% of Euro-American women employed as clerical sales personnel are married to men who are managers or professionals. 17% of the wage employed... Yeah. Remember. I guess if you wanted to use jargon words, you could say these creatures are petite bourgeois or labor aristocracy. They're the foremen or whatever. 17% of the wage-employed wives of male managers, includes small retail businesses, are blue-collar workers. Due to the patriarchal nature of Euro-American society, most women from the middle classes are forced, when seeking employment, to accept non-professional clerical and retail sales jobs. This does not necessarily change their class identity. One study shows that roughly 1/3 of all secretaries under 30 years of age are graduates of colleges or junior colleges. This is commonplace knowledge. We have to describe classes as they exist, not define them as concocted categories of our making. We can gain a better idea of this patriarchal settler society's class structure by looking at Euro-American male occupations alone. While this is nowhere near as accurate as conducting social investigation, actually going out and surveying the masses on all aspects of their lives, it should help us see the general outlines of the class situation. Asterisk. This one? Mao Zedong, for example, in his social investigation of China's countryside, found significance not just in economic roles, but in concomitant social changes. As to the authority of the husband, it has always been comparatively weak among poor peasants, because the poor peasant women, for financial reasons, compelled to engage more in manual work than women in the wealthier classes, have obtained greater rights to speak and more power to make decisions in family affairs. They also enjoy considerable sexual freedom. Among the poor peasants, triangular and multilateral relationships are most universal. Damn, Mao Zedong, he got them, blew them up. He blew up the girl bosses. Okay. This outline is not a full class analysis, we must caution. For our purposes here, we do not need to separately delineate the big bourgeoisie, regional and local bourgeoisie, and the varied middle classes, small business proprietors, salaried managers, landowning farmers, professionals, etc. All these are placed into one bourgeois, petit bourgeois grouping, which contains what are separate classes. This is based on the 1970 census. Bourgeois and middle classes. I guess by middle classes we're using the definition of like middle management type. The guys who aren't on the ground turning the dirt into rocks. Bourgeois and middle classes, 37%. I'm not going to read out the specific percentages. Managers, professionals, salesmen, agents, and brokers, farm owners and managers, clerical admin. Core of labor aristocracy, 24%. Craftsmen, protective security, police, firemen, etc. Policemen, ew. Workers, includes much of labor aristocracy, 39%. Factory and transport, machine operators. Laborers, clerical, retail sales clerks, general service. 37% bourgeois and middle classes, 24% labor aristocracy, 39% workers included. Sorry, so if we add these together, 61. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, did I? Was that the wrong asterisk? Is there another asterisk thing down here somewhere? Whatever. The actual US bourgeoisie is abnormally large. The wealthiest 1% of the US empire's population, 1 out of every 100 adults of all nationalities, primarily Euro-American, own an average of $1.32 million each. This is the zone where the upper petite bourgeoisie and local bourgeoisie meet. Earlier studies indicate that the actual big bourgeoisie, DuPonts, Rockefellers, Morgans, etc., is only a fraction of this number, perhaps as few as 15,000 individuals. This breakdown of Euro-American male occupations has a very clear meaning, verifying everything about white America that daily life has told us. The bourgeois, the middle classes, and the core of the labor aristocracy are the absolute majority, over 60%. The labor aristocracy is swollen in size. Ooh. Almost 2 out of every 100 male Euro-Americans are police, firemen, or other protective security workers. Highly paid construction tradesmen, machinists, mechanics, and other skilled craftsmen outnumber ordinary production and transportation workers. Even this greatly understates the extent of the settler labor aristocracy. Many Euro-American factory workers, technicians, clerical workers, and even general laborers, such as municipal park department laborers in the major cities, receive extra proletarian wages, aka like greater than, sometimes doing light labor, and usually no toil at all. The settler labor aristocracy is considerably larger than its hard core, perhaps comprising as much as 50% of all male Euro-Americans. They don't even have a single guy out here putting a metal object into extremely heavy machinery that crushes it, and then take it out and then put another one in. Heavy machinery crushes it, and then take it out and put another one, and heavy machinery crushes it. My dad said he took a job like that once, but he only worked at it for a very short time, like a month or two, until, well, my dad's white. So there was one time he put the thing in, and then the machine started falling, the like die press started falling down by itself, and he was barely able to pull his hand out of the way before it came down, and he decided he wasn't going to work at this job anymore because he didn't want to lose his fingers or his hand or whatever. I guess being a white guy, though, he's able to just be like, he's just able to peace out instead of being stuck working a shitty job like that. He was able to go and, well, I guess he was drafted in Vietnam, but he was able to like get x-ray training and then go back to school and get trained as a radiologic technician, a radiologist something. I don't remember exactly if he's, I don't know. I'm 66% sure that he's a radiologist, but I guess maybe he can also be a nuke med tech at the same time. I don't know. Okay. Philistine mode of life. Most importantly, Euro-Americans share an exceptional way of life. What is so exceptional about it is that almost all get to live in a bourgeois way, quite Philistine in the mode of life, in the size of their earnings and their entire outlook. Be like, you guys have a house and a car and 2.5 dogs? Okay. Thus, the mass of the lower middle classes, the huge labor aristocracy, and most workers are fused together by a common national way of life and a common national ideology as oppressors. The masses share a way of life that apes the bourgeoisie, dominated by a decadent preoccupation with Funko Pops and private consumption. Consuming things and owning things, no matter how shoddy or trivial, is the mass religion. The real world of desperate toil, the world of the proletarians who own nothing but their labor power, is looked down upon with contempt and fear by the Euro-Americans. What are these advertisements? Classes for your masses. Vogue, shape up now. Become a stick. Shaping up, more fun with the body. Euro-Americans know how privileged they have it on a world scale, how exceptional they are. Interviews by one reporter in an Iowa industrial city found. The prevailing attitude expressed here was capsuled in this comment from Don Schatzberg, the 46-year-old foreman of a concrete pipe plant. If you had a chance to pick your country, where else would you go? Where else can a working man own his own house and 2 cars and take a vacation every year? I'd say I'm a happy man, not a bit unhappy with my lifestyle. Like Mr. Schatzberg and many other Americans elsewhere, workers here often seem to equate success with ownership of homes, cars, campers, boats, and the like. I work a lot of hours, said James Dirks, Teamster Union Shop Steward at Zadler, but I've got a car, a truck, a boat, and a camper to show for it. Oh, he's got a yeehaw motorcycle. We're so overpaid it's pathetic, says Mitchell Pack, who earns more than $40,000 a year as an oiler on an electric shovel. Must be a pretty big shovel if it needs to be oiled. Okay. And Lavone Feldpouch, a 36-year-old wife and mother who works as a clerk for Deere, where her husband is also employed, said, I feel my life is an upward curve. She noted that she and her husband had accumulated 3 houses and added, we're not going to stop there. They also own 2 cars, a truck, a boat, and a motorcycle, and take 2 vacation trips a year, one with their children and one without. Okay, well, I guess my parentals did used to own a cabin in another part of Alaska. Not another part. It wasn't that far away. It was like a few hours drive away. So we technically did have two houses at some point. That's kind of cringe. You call yourself a goo? My uncle, who also lived in AK, also used to have separate house down in Georgia, in addition to the one that he was already living in. And that was a different one from the one when he eventually came to own my grandma's house down there. I guess that means he has touched 3 houses. Kind of fucked up and evil. Shmimina. Alright. All statistics show that the amount of consumption in Euro-American society is staggering, enough so that it establishes for the mass a certain culture. In the settler tradition, today's Euro-American culture is one of home owning, with 68.4% of all settler households in 1979 owning their own home, up 50% from 1940. These households share a cornucopia of private electric appliances. 89.8% of all U.S. homes in 1979 had color TVs, watched an average of over 6 hours per day. 55% had air conditioning, 77.3% had washing machines, and 61% had clothes dryers. 43% had dishwashers. We don't have a dishwasher in this place. I guess we have all the other things, but color TVs are very easy to come across now. People literally just throw them out. It's kind of fucked up and evil. 61% had clothes dryers, 43% had dishwashers, 52% had blenders and food processors. Muddy wants a food processor, and so on. Much of the world's health products are hoarded in the US, with, for example, 1 out of every 3 pairs of prescription eyeglasses in the world sold here. Wow. In terms of the basics, most characteristic for Euro-Americans is the automobile. In 1980, there were a total of 104.6 million cars on the road. 84.1% of all U.S. households had cars, with 36.6% having 2 or more. Everyone says that... my parentals had 2 cars. No, they still have 2 cars. Everyone says that owning automobiles is a necessity, without which transportation to work, 83% drive to work, shopping and childcare cannot be done. They never heard of buses and trains. The buses in Anchorage kind of ready to explode at any moment. They hit one nail and the tires are going to explode and to kill everyone on board. Okay, a Bureau of Labor Statistics study shows how the average wage owner in Boston of 1875 had to spend 94% of the family income on necessities: food, clothing, and housing. A century of progress to the good life later, the study found that the average wage earner in 1972 to 73 in Boston spent only 62%, 94% to 62% on these necessities, meaning they could afford to spend 38% on non-essentials. We should note that few Euro-Americans would agree with this elemental definition, since in their society, such things as automobiles, sleeping pills, college education, dry cleaning, telephones, etc. are viewed as necessities. Damn, they got me. They're blowing up the little guy, little white boy. These by no means exhaust the list of Euro-American private possessions. Stonks. 1 of every 7 Euro-Americans owns at least some corporate stocks. Vacation homes, land, hair dryers, motorcycles, exercise equipment, guns, boats, annual changes of clothing styles, and on and on. We have brought up these boring, almost mind-numbing lists of possessions to drive home the point that consuming is a disease among settlers, an infection that is dominant in that culture. Euro-American life is no longer centered around production, but around consumption. This is the near final stage of decadence. All this is only made possible by the generalized high income that characterizes Euro-American mass life. The median Euro-American family income in 1981 was $23,517. This is not equally distributed, quite obviously, but the extent to which many Euro-Americans in all classes, an absolute majority, shared this generalized high income is striking. Between 1960 and 1979, the percentage of settler families earning over $25,000 per year, in constant 1979 dollars, doubled, making up 40% of the settler population. When we examine Euro-American families earning over $20,000 per year, in terms of different occupations, this income sameness is very conspicuous. Husband's occupation, percent earning over $20,000 in 1978 dollars. Manager, 75% over 20,000. Professional, 67% over. Clerical sales, 69%. Skilled worker, 49%. Unskilled worker, 35%. This generalized high income has come to characterize even industrial production workers, who in previous historical periods were highly exploited and lived in abject misery. An upper stratum of unionized production workers in heavy industry earn on an approximate level with the petite bourgeoisie. At the end of 1982, General Motors was paying its blue-collar workers an average base wage of $11.53 an hour, plus an additional 99 cents per hour average in shift and overtime premiums, and an additional $713 an hour in average benefits, health insurance, SUB, holiday and vacation pay, etc. This is a total package of some $40,000 per year. Steel workers average 1981 total wage package was $19.42 an hour. This compares to craft incomes in the most fortunate high-wage areas. In San Jose, California, the latest pact raises union electricians' total wage to $24.40 an hour. Most Euro-American workers no longer can go into such industries, however. Much more typical and more exploited would be Maureen Akin, recently written about as one of the 9,000 Motorola workers in Phoenix, Arizona. A 41-year-old divorcee, Ms. Akin earns $7.02 an hour for a 36-hour work week as a production worker making semiconductors. Living on a restricted budget, she saw only one movie last year in order to pay... Only one movie? Someone got to tell her about piracy. No, it was... They didn't have internet back then. They just had dial-up. She saw only one movie last year in order to pay for her son's orthodontic work and her daughter's college. When we go down even lower, we find the notoriously low-wage North Carolina textile mills, which in a low-wage industry have the poorest paid workers of those in any state. Virtual symbols of backward, poor white exploitation. They paid an average production wage in 1982 of $5.24 an hour, or $10,900 per year. This low wage of North Carolina textile mill workers is much higher than world standards. Damn, blew the poor whites out. This is roughly 30 times the wage than the Del Monte division of the R.J. Reynolds Corps pays the women workers who toil 10 to 12 hours each day on their vast Philippine plantations. It is 11.5 times the wage that Rawlings Co. pays the Haitian woman who stitched together all the Major League Baseballs. It is 5 times the wage that General Motors pays its African auto workers in Azania, Southeast Africa. The most exploited Euro-American workers live whole levels above the standard of the world proletariat. Since they may be on the bottom, but they are on the bottom of a privileged nation of oppressors. Nation is the dominant factor, modifying class relations. No matter where we look, the mass extra-proletarian privileges of Euro-Americans have structurally insulated them within their exceptional way of life. Problems like high mortgage rates for homes are problems of a particular way of life. You guys have homes, TM. The full extent of what the Euro-American masses get from their special relationship serving imperialism cannot be measured in dollars alone. Everyone in the empire understands the saying, if you're white, you're all right. To the settler garrison goes the first pick of whatever is available. Homes, jobs, schools, food, healthcare, government services, and so on. Whatever security is available under imperialism is theirs as well. This is taken for granted. A 1977 survey by the Center for Policy Research among Vietnam veterans in the Northeast showed that while African Vietnam-era vets surveyed had an unemployment rate of 28%, corresponding Euro-American veterans had an unemployment rate of only 3%. Further, the employed Euro-American veterans earned an average of... My throat, I can feel it starting to degrade, so I'm going to try and talk more softly or something. Further, the employed Euro-American veterans earned an average of $4,212 per year more than even those African veterans who were working. Oh, this photo. Feminists manacle themselves to brass rails outside the Illinois State Senate. These chains, a participant said, dramatize the economic slavery. I think the rest of this caption is missing. Even the women's movement became a real factor in preserving their exceptional way of life. While the women's movement both expressed anger at sexism and greatly improved Euro-American women's lives, which was largely co-opted as a political movement by imperialism at its birth. The imperialist-sponsored liberation of settler women has been a major prop to reinforce and modernize the patriarchal family structure. For that matter, to transfuse the whole settler society. Just as the empire called out white women from the kitchen during World War II to be Rose the Riveter in war industry, So in the 1970s, white women were again freed by imperialism to enter the labor force in new areas and in unprecedented numbers. First, at a time when the empire had decided that Africans were again too rebellious to be employed in any great numbers in key industrial, commercial, and professional institutions, Euro-American women were recruited to stand by their men in filling up the jobs. Equal opportunity, quote-unquote, in medical schools, law schools, business, etc., meant a large influx of Euro-American women and few Africans. This is noticeable even in the blue-collar skilled trades, which have long been males. This is like when they talk about affirmative action and how it mostly just benefited white women. Yeah. This is noticeable even in the blue-collar skilled trades, which have long been male sectors of employment. During 1970 to 1980, the percentage of women in these restricted crafts rose at a rate 3 times of that for third world workers. This was like a new wave of European immigration to reinforce the settler hold on their job market. And it was a breath of fresh air, modernizing settler society. Now, for instance, even the New York Times has a very literary women's consciousness column called Hers, where feminist leaders and writers can reach a mass audience. The fractures of the 60s are being reconciled and reunited among settlers. Novelist Gail Sheehy wrote in this column, behind just about every successful woman I know with a public as well as a private life, there is another woman. The dirty little secret is, all but one of the female leaders interviewed here has household help. Sheehy herself tried Filipino and Argentinian domestics unsuccessfully, too hostile, foregoing back to the tried and true African woman domestic. While women's liberation is an essential part of the world revolutionary future, the struggles of women in various societies have their own national characteristics. In the U.S. oppressor nation, the politics of women's liberation form but one small current within the much larger overall women's movement. This larger movement is pro-imperialist and is concerned only with equality of privilege among male and female settlers. It is opposed to any liberation in general. The revolutionary ideas of women's liberation rested lightly upon the surface of the women's movement, and some individual women did pick them up. Okay, I'm gonna take a sip. Scratch my nose, and it's gonna be Pog. Real wages in the U.S. began to stagnate in 1967, when imperialism ran aground on the Vietnamese Revolution. For the first time since World War II, rapid inflation was eating at the upward spiral of Euro-American income. In this continuing crisis, the new income of Euro-American women saved the settler family from loss of buying power. A phrase of the oppressor nation economy that carries an almost traumatic weight. Okay. The new income of employed women contributed to the 22% increase in real per capita income in the U.S. between 1970 and 1980. The Euro-American family continued its way of life by becoming a two-wage earner family, at a time when African proletarian families, for example, were increasingly becoming the reverse. By 1978, some 75% of the U.S. families with incomes over $25,000 per year had two wage earners. The New York Times reported, across the nation, women have swarmed into the workforce by the millions, swelling the numbers of multi-income families. That trend can mask the effects of inflation, since a substantial number of families are living better than they did. We are not just describing simple social bribery, as in the bourgeoisification of European workers in Germany, France, England, etc. In Europe, the bribed workers came from a long history of class war in societies with centuries of sharply defined and rigid class divisions. Or classes, however bribed and infected, still exist as formations in the actual social world, occupying traditional communities, continuing a definite class culture. Politically, the European working class still swell the large, nominally socialist, voluntary industrial unions, which do not exist in the U.S. oppressor nation, and are electorally represented by their traditional working class parties, the German Social Democratic Party, the French Communist Party, etc. Of course, the long-range trends of world polarization and internalization mean that all oppressor nation societies have become more alike and will become even more so. In America, this bribery, this bourgeoisification, took place within the context of a settler society, which has its own history, culture, and traditions, based not on class struggle, but on their material role as the privileged garrison over the continental empire. The immigrant European proletarians were bribed by being absorbed, integrated, if you will, into this specific society. Okay. Pictures. The view along 103rd Street, 103D, maybe it's 163D, 103D Street in the Watts section of Los Angeles on August 14th, 1965, 3 days after the rioting began. We are not a community. I think that's Che Guevara. Militant mural in East Los Angeles. Strident voices from some porters have grown louder. Photo for the Tribune by AP. Let's see. So in America, intra-oppressor class distinctions have always been muted on the mass level by the fact that the main distinction was whether you were a settler or a subject, whether you were in the slave patrols or enslaved in the fields, whether you were in the frontier garrison community or imprisoned in the reservation. This was the all-important identity, to which everything else was subordinate. Only someone with no contact with reality can fail to see this. Excuse me. A garrison community. Now my fucking mouth is itchy. Okay, the garrison community. The Euro-American community is not just a conglomeration of stores and residences. It is a physical structure for settler life in which the common culture of the empire garrison still lives on. These garrison communities are enforcers of the oppressor nation way of life among its citizens, demanding social conformity and ideological regimentation. They have certain specific characteristics, the most glaring of which is that colonial subjects are generally barred out. Why should the settler garrison let the Indians live inside the walls of the fort? There is an arrogance, but at the same time an underlying feeling of being threatened or besieged by those people, which occasionally breaks out in collective hysteria, during which guns are flourished and the laggards rush to buy out the local gun shops. The confining, boring, and Philistine way of life of these communities is one reason Euro-American youth dropped out of them in such numbers during the 1960s. There are, of course, different types of settler communities, distinguished by a number of things, including by class. The community of multimillionaires in Palm Springs or Aspen is very different from the communities of Canarsie or Skokie or Charlestown, as are the hippie communities of Berkeley or Greenwich Village. On the mass level, however, a certain type of... Oh, hello, Cackle Crush. I hope you're having... I hope you're having a good day today. I hope you have a good lyric. I'm reading historical/political book. Let's see, where was I? The community of multimillionaires in Palm Springs or Aspen is very different from the communities of Canarsie or Skokie or Charleston, as are the hippie communities of Berkeley or Greenwich Village. On the mass level, however, a certain type of superclass Euro-American community has been characteristic for over a century. It is a small homeowning, small property community. In it, the lower middle class, the labor aristocracy, and other workers share the tight but generally comfortable life of the settler garrison. This is where community life is supported by the conspicuous concentration of state services, parks, garbage collection, swimming pools, better schools, medical facilities, and so on. In contrast to the reservation or ghetto, the settler community is full of the resources of modern industrial life. Increasingly, such communities are suburbs, or exurbs, filled with the Euro-Americans who are regrouping away from the old central cities. Today, the suburban population is 103 million, roughly half of the U.S. population. Wait, how much is the U.S. population? see. Worldometers.info says the current U.S. population is 348 million as of December 2025. I guess back then it was half. Now it's more like a third, but that's... Forgot how... There's not actually that much people in the U.S. compared to... Well, I guess... I don't know. I guess it would be unfair to compare to China and India, since they're literally like number 1 and number 2, or however it goes. But yeah. There. Okay. Roughly half the US population. These suburbs are fundamentally all white, averaging around 90% Euro-American. Those numbers are misleading, since most third world people in the suburbs are either tightly segregated into ghettoized small towns and residential pockets, or are Asian. The social character of the typical suburb is relentlessly, monolithically white. We can see in such garrison communities, urban ethnic enclave as well as suburb, how the shared exceptional way of life materially and ideologically fuses together in the masses. There, on the same block and street, the families of electricians and small retailers, truck drivers and school teachers, policemen and grill owners, bookkeepers and telephone repairmen, white-collar supervisors and factory workers, computer programmers and legal secretaries grow up together, go to the same schools together, and intermarry. Nominal class distinctions in the common level pale beside their supra-class unification as a settler mass, most characterized by the labor aristocracy. Keep time. Good night, everyone. Hope the reading goes well and awesome scoots. Okay, have a good sleep. I'm probably going to finish it today. No, I'm 95% likely to finish it today. And then read like the author interview and maybe skim a couple of the criticism paragraph reviews or whatever. I mean, it's... pretty sure the website doesn't actually list their like review criticisms themselves. It's just like the little snip. But yeah. Okay. Let's see. Here also is the home of the state labor force. Policemen and firemen are quite common, and in some communities, almost everyone is related to, friends, or neighbors with police. Literally thousands of all-white voluntary organizations crisscross settler communities. Tens of millions of settlers are organized into special reactionary groupings of the most diverse kinds. Some... my fucking nose. It itches. It scritches. It even has a fuzzy pair of nostrils. Some, such as the KKK or the moral majority, are overt. Far more respectable and wide-reaching are reactionary organizations such as the AFL craft unions, ethnic organizations like the Sons of Italy, the all-white Roman Catholic parishes, the Right to Life groupings, the Mormon Church, the NRA, the pt4, and other Zionist fascist groups, sports leagues, thousands of neighborhood improvement associations, the gentrification gang, neighborhood improvement associations, ranchers associations, military reserve units, and on and on. The list of special all-white organizations with reactionary politics is endless. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was funny when the NRA was defending trans people's right to bear arms or whatever. That was silly. Unlikely trans ally / J. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, the fucking birthright Israel type of shit. Register now, travel camps. pt4 camp tour in Israel. Offers you the summary of your lifetime for teenagers 14 to 18. Spend 6 exciting weeks in Israel. For 2 weeks, live, work, and experience the unique Moshav way of life. You get to see the genocidal colony firsthand. Travel from one to another, I guess. Okay. The National Rifle Association in the state of Pennsylvania alone has ties to over 1,000 local gun clubs with 200,000 members. One report shows how Jim Price, a part-time farmer and factory worker, is also a power broker as president of the State Federation of Sportsmen's Clubs. This grouping was credited for electing Republican Richard Schweiker to the U.S. Senate when the Democratic incumbent spoke out for gun controls. The report goes on. Mr. Price's forebears were original settlers here, so any talks of the threat of government dictatorship through gun controls his sense of history sounds personal. My people were chased off twice by the Indians before they stayed for good, he said. Darn. Too bad he didn't get turned into a shrimp. Pierced with the shrimp. Everyone who has had any contact with the NRA network of gunmen knows exactly how they expect to use their weapons. This network alone mobilizes millions of armed Euro-Americans. Such special reactionary organizations are far from all commanding, even within the settler community, but their strength is considerable. What is most important to realize is that white America is not a political blank. The Euro-American left sometimes discusses things as if this were true, discussing organizing white workers as though they were frozen in place. Settlers are not waiting passively for the movement to come organize them. The point is, they already have many movements, causes, and organizations of their own. That's the problem. The poor and exploited. The U.S. oppressor nation does have its own casualties and its broken remnants of the industrial past. These constitute an insufficient base for revolutionary changeover. Approximately 10% of the Euro-American population has been living in poverty by government statistics. This minority is not a cohesive proletarian stratum, but a miscellaneous fringe of the unlucky and the outcast. Older workers trapped by fading industries, retired poor, physically and emotionally disabled, and some families supported by a single woman. The whole culture silently reminds them that if they are poor and white, the fault must be theirs. The rate of alcoholism in this layer is considerable. They are scattered and socially diffused. Some entire industrial communities do exist as outmoded but surviving pockets of the old way of life. It's interesting to see how imperialism controls them. The Appalachian coal mining communities are the sharpest example, having their own economic, cultural, and union tradition going back to the 19th century. What a great contrast between these old, torn-up mountain miner communities and the new Euro-American white-collar suburbs. Yet, there is an interrelationship, even in the exceptions to the trends. Precisely because of the stark, deeply ingrained tradition, the Appalachian mining communities have been special targets of radical organizing efforts. The Communist Party USA has had organizers in the mountains for some 60 years. It was there during the 1920s that the most famous of the CPUSA's red unions, the National Miners Union, led the coal miners into the bitter, violent Harlan County strike. Even during the reactionary 1950s, the Southern Conference Education Fund maintained a radical presence. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting towards the dunk. Okay. In the 1960s, we find numerous Appalachian organizing projects, including those of the Progressive Labor Party, SDS, and Southern Student Organizing Committee. By the 1970s, many radical groupings were helping promote dissident movements, such as for community reforms or the Miners for Democracy, MFD, that eventually won control of the United Mine Workers Union. In the mid-1970s, the Revolutionary Communist Party had its own rank-and-file miners' organizations, just as the CPUSA had over 40 years before. Oh, RCP. And then CP, which for a time had some following. Despite the 60 years, and they weren't able to get down to the deepest contradictions because they picked the wrong start in class. We're going to have to restart a save. Sorry, bro. Despite the 60 years of repeated radical organizing drives, there has been, in fact, zero revolutionary progress among the mining communities. Despite the history of bloody union battles, class consciousness has never moved beyond an embryonic form at best. There is no indigenous revolutionary activity, none, or traditions. Loyalty to the U.S. imperialism and hatred of the colonial peoples is very intense. We can see a derailment of the connection between simple exploitation and class consciousness. To see why, we can look at Martin County, Kentucky. This has long been one of the poorest counties in the U.S. There are no highways, no sewage system, no garbage collection, no hospitals or even movie theaters, and one radio station and one fast food franchise restaurant for its 14,000 citizens. The community is ripped off, exploited to an extreme degree. Even the government, while spending close to $20 million a year in Martin County for school programs, job retraining, etc., takes out twice that much, $40 million a year in taxes. One corporation dominates the economy. In fact, owns it. The Norfolk and Western Railroad has mineral rights to some 129,000 acres, over half the total land area of the county. The second largest landowner is Harvard University. The 13 million tons of coal taken out every year not only brings large profits to the mine operators, Occidental Petroleum, Fluor Corporation, Ashland Oil, and MAPCO, but gives N&W, Norfolk and Western, coal royalties and freight fees of over $30 million annually. This is an annual rate of return on their investment of 120%. Over the 50-year life of the coal field, N&W's total return will be something like $1.5 billion, or 6,000% on their investment. As everyone knows, the rampant strip mining is rapidly destroying the area's simple road system, choking the streams with corrosive coal refuse, fouling the underground water supply, and generally causing more physical and ecological destruction than repeated bombings. Harry Caudill, author of Night Comes to the Cumberlands, says, "They've treated the region as if it were a colony. When they finish raking what they want from it, they'll just let it go to hell." Why don't the workers in this ripped-off colony organize, seeing in a revolutionary change a way to keep the wealth for the community of their chosen generation? In fact, to really have a community. Why don't they resist? The answer is that the majority of them welcome such exploitation, whatever the future price. Their community may have nothing, maybe sliding back into an eventual future of undeveloped desolation. But right now, those who have jobs are making good bucks. The 5,000 coal miners have been earning around $30,000 per year, while the country's per capita annual income is up to $7,000. The employed miners who are getting those good bucks are unconcerned about the poverty right at their side. Disabled miners and the elderly live in poverty. Children are uneducated, while what income exists in the community is eagerly thrown away on individual consumerism. This points out the fact that what is poverty-stricken about settlers is their culture. Oh my god, air horn explodes you. Okay. The Euro-American coal miners are just concentrating on getting theirs while it lasts. In the settler tradition, it's every man for himself. Run faster than your best friend if you want to survive a bear attack. I can't believe you'd say that. We will fight the bear together, and then we'll die together, and it's going to be really fucked up. Okay. They have no class goals or even community goals, just private goals involving private income and private consumerism. Meanwhile, the local N&W land manager says that they do have future plans for Appalachia. "We don't intend to walk off and leave this land to the Indians. Of that we can be certain." The most significant fact about the real consciousness of the Euro-American masses is how anti-communal and private it is. Settlers recognize no common bond with the rest of humanity. That is why everything they build is perverted. Why settler trade unions are anti-proletarian, and settler women's liberation is happy to exploit the women of other nations. It means nothing to Euro-Americans that the winter fruit they eat was really paid for by the lives of Mexican or Chilean or Filipino children. For them, the flavor is too sweet. Euro-Americans don't even really care too much about each other. Lower taxes are more important than food for their own elderly. This is a diseased culture, with a mass political consciousness that is centered around parasitism. The mere recognition that there are rich and poor, or even that corporations exploit people, any idiot can see this, cannot constitute class consciousness. The long history of unionism in the coal counties shows this. Class consciousness implies a participation in the class war. While such consciousness certainly can involve fighting for better wages, it cannot be limited to or even centered on this. The Euro-American left has completely mystified the question of class consciousness. They see in every labor strike, in the slightest twitch for reform, examples of proletarianism. Some socialist scholars, a self-awarded title to be sure, conduct almost anthropological expeditions into the settler masses, seeing in every remembered folk song or cultural nuance some profound but hidden nuggets of working-class consciousness. Others, who have spent years as working-class experts, find proletarian vision in every joke about the bosses told during coffee breaks. This is not politics, whatever else it may be. There is nothing mystical, elusive, or hidden about real working-class consciousness. It is the political awareness that the exploiting class and its state must be fought, that the laboring masses of the world have unity in their need for socialism. The Red Army is class consciousness. An action for higher wages or better working conditions need not embody any real class consciousness whatsoever. Oh, right. One of the criticism snippets of this book was something focus on Vanguard Party. Something EU communism. But I mean, I don't know, that's what's worked in oppressed nations, so okay. Or rather, well, it's not exactly the same thing every time. It's stated in the big boy communist books themselves that it needs to be adapted to the particular material conditions of whichever location, but yeah, whatever. Okay. Need not embody individual class consciousness whatsoever. Narrow self-interest is not the same as consciousness of class interests. More for me is not the same slogan as liberate humanity. Lenin wrote on this. Only when the individual worker realizes that he is a member of the entire working class, only when he recognizes the fact that his petty day-to-day struggle against individual employers and individual government officials is a struggle against the entire bourgeoisie and the entire government, does his struggle become a class struggle. This famous and often quoted passage set forth a clear threshold by which the coal miners or any other significant grouping of Euro-American workers do not, in a scientific sense, have any real working-class consciousness. Much more than this, however, is the reality that practice is the proof, that the actual struggle reveals more than any theoretical criteria. Lenin pointed this out at the Second Congress of the Communist International. We cannot, nor can anybody else, calculate exactly what portion of the proletariat is following, and will follow, the social chauvinists and opportunists. This will only be revealed by the struggle. It will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. We have lived through 2 decades of the most tumultuous political struggle on a global scale. The African masses broke through the colonial repression and massive urban uprisings during the 1960s. The Chicano-Mexicano land struggle revived in the Southwest. Armed self-defense became a popular concept. Wounded Knee lit a signal fire for the Indian nations. Do you think? I don't know. Do you think we could get community members patrolling their own neighborhoods with guns again to scare ICE away? I don't know if that would. I don't know if we got enough guys willing to put their lives on the line like that. I wouldn't. I would be scared. But I'm a shrimp. I'm like the skinniest little shrimp you ever seen. Well, people like my dad definitely wouldn't be the ones. Kev. I'm referring to like. I mean, I guess this is also, it's referring to like, or at least I'm thinking of like the Black Panthers. And the Young Lords, TM. Let's see. Okay. Armed self-defense became a popular concept. Wounded Knee lit a signal fire for the Indian nations. Socialist ideas and international solidarity took root in the new insurgencies. The Puerto Rican Revolution brought an armed struggle once again to the front door of the empire. The answer to their actual consciousness, to what class awareness the Euro-American workers had, can be found in what side they supported in the wars to overthrow their U.S. empire. Oh, photograph. The August 29th, 1970 Chicano moratorium anti-war protest attended by 20,000 persons. Indians of all tribes. Brown is beautiful. I can't read all that, but Tierra y Libertad Raza Controla. No, that's the signs in the back. Okay. Oh. Newspaper snip? Alright, let's see. Or no, it's not you. Okay, I don't know why it's outlined like that. U.S. settlerism and Zionism. The connection between Euro-American settlerism and Zionist settlerism, twin servants of imperialism, is shown in all the recent reactionary political developments within the U.S. Jewish communities. Repeated propaganda about the Holocaust is used as fascistic indoctrination to whip up a belligerent sentimentality that both justifies Euro-Americans as victims, no more guilt trips about racism, and powers new terroristic attacks on colonial peoples. The same ultra-Orthodox Zionist elements are killing African youth in Brooklyn and shooting Palestinian youth on the West Bank. Now, even the anti-Semitic bigots of the moral majority recognize the Zionists as their kith and kin. I mentioned here the thing. I would probably have to go and look for some good sources or whatevers. I wanted to speak more on it, but like the reason that Holocaust education was so prevalent, the reason that we all know at least one, like the basic version of events is because it's presumably because of Zionist money being dumped into it. We're also ignoring that the Zionist project started before World War II, but yeah. It was just a convenient blob of events, or convenient to combine these things. Okay. The Zionist example has stirred many of the Russian Jewry and brought some 175,000 of them here to become settlers in the New World. Again, we can see how the division of the world into oppressed nations pervades all relations and events. The Russian Jewish immigration is not like the Puerto Rican immigration, for example, which is the forced dislocation of a colonial people in search of employment. In contrast, the Russian Jewry come as more reinforcements for the U.S. oppressor nation, come not for survival or bread, but for the rich, privileged lifestyle of settlerism. I guess I should... I don't know, do I even need to say this? The anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. I don't hate Jews, or whatever. The guy who wrote this doesn't hate Jews. Something Christian Zionism lasers you. Okay. See. Not for survival or bread, but for the rich, privileged lifestyle of settlerism. Beneath the propaganda, this is all very evident. A recent New York Times report from Russia's Jewish Human Rights Underground is revealing. About 30 Moscow Jews and a few Westerners gathered in a private apartment recently to mark Purim with poetry and amateur theatricals. The players shifted easily from Russian to Hebrew, and some members of the hopelessly cramped audience joined in the songs. Even the children readily recognized Queen Esther and the other characters in the ancient legend of how Persian Jews triumphed over a devious plot to massacre them by the wicked Haman. Done up for the evening as a Palestinian guerrilla. Wow, okay. The Six-Day War of 1967 is generally recognized as a turning point in is generally recognized as a turning point in the self-esteem of Russian Jews and in their identification with Israel. There was a sense of colossal national rehabilitation, recalled Naum Maiman, a 72-year-old physicist and human rights activist. We see the same pattern. How the conquering and killings of Arabs, Africans, etc. is felt by Zionist settlers as therapeutic rehabilitation, restoring them to European dimensions. This is the same virile restoration through mass murder that was so ecstatically praised by Adolf Hitler. Jews do face an entrenched anti-Semitism, which in Russia definitely makes them second-class citizens, restricts advancement into upper management, and limits religious and cultural expression, such as the human rights get-together described. About 30% of the Russian Jewish immigrants here are university graduates. One such family are the Reznikovs. Why did I say it like that? One such family are the Reznikovs, interviewed in Forest Hills, New York. Russia was a beautiful country, but not for us, said Mrs. Reznikov, a brief sorrow in her huge dark eyes. She was a technician in an electronics plant, and her husband, a squarely built man of 42, was a construction engineer. Higher I couldn't go in Russia. A Jew for them is an enemy, he said. Now, after 4 years here, Mr. Reznikov is impatient with working like a worker, whatever, in his $6.50 an hour job as a roofer, but has found nothing better. We lived nice, he said, but we didn't live bad in Kiev or Haifa. I would like to have my own American business. You got that petite bourgeois mindset crunches you. Some 2/3 of all Russian Jewish immigrants have come to the U.S. rather than Israel. A survey for the Council of Jewish Federations found that in 1981, the median family income of these new settlers was $19,632. Other surveys have found that less than 1%, mostly the elderly, have to stay on welfare. Coming from thousands of miles away, often speaking no English, their new citizenship in the U.S. oppressor nation gives them an instant lifestyle above the colonial world. Night on the town for Soviet immigrants. A Playboy bunny escorting the party of Russian immigrants at the dub. Yeah, I'm like, this is like cut off, so I wouldn't be able to read that anyway. Okay. XIV. Oh, are we on the last chapter already? Tactical and strategic. In the 4th edition, there's an extra chapter. Let me take a look. What's included in the extra chapter? The 4th edition includes a chapter called Cash and Genocide, the true story of Japanese-American reparations, in addition to an interview with the author J. Sakai by Ernesto Aguilar. I think that interview might be included in the extras, but yeah. Okay. Okay, tactical and strategic. Extras on the website, I mean. Okay, the settler nature of the Euro-American oppressor nation is the decisive factor in their political struggles. It is the decisive factor in relations between third world struggles and the Euro-American masses. This was true in 1776 and true in 1976. True for the Ku Klux Klan and true for the Communist Party USA. Not that these two organizations have the same politics, but that their settler national character is the decisive factor in both. It is only by grasping this that the question of broader unity can be correctly answered. Okay, this is the summary / what to do with this information chapter, I guess. Maybe. Let's see. As only by grasping this, the question of broader unity can be correctly answered. This is a particular problem for Asian Americans, who as relatively small national minorities within the Continental Empire, have a high organic need for political coalitions and alliances. It is difficult to evaluate different forms of unity just from our own experiences alone. Asian national minorities here have had a limited history of political unity with each other, much less with Euro-Americans or the oppressed nations. Settler radicalism has taught us that two types of unity are important. Proletarian internationalism, strategic unity of communists and workers of all nations, and immediate trade union unity, tactical unity of all workers and unions and other mass organizations. Since historically most Asian workers here have been nationally segregated, there has been little opportunity to test out this trade union unity. The often cited example is that of the Filipino Japanese plantation workers in the Hawaiian ILWU, the radical-led Longshoremen's Union on the West Coast, who by the 1970s were the highest-paid agricultural workers in the world. Asterisk. They are the first and last such, as the Hawaiian plantations are closing down and shifting production further into the Third World. Yeah. This is cited as proof that by uniting in that by uniting inside the settler unions, we will be able to not only get immediate economic benefits, but we'll be laying the foundations for eventual strategic unity with our... I was about to dunk on this. But we'll be laying the foundations for eventual strategic unity with our brother and sister Euro-American workers. In that viewpoint, money-based tactical unity with settlers will eventually produce heartfelt strategic unity, wherein Euro-American workers will join us as true comrades in making revolution against their empire. What our analysis has proved is that this view is worse than simple-minded. To better examine the question of strategic and tactical relations, we need to turn to the broader history of black and white workers' unity, which has been used in the U.S. empire as the classic example of the supposed superiority of radical integrationism. We need to begin with the theoretical framework constructed by Message to the Black Liberation Movement. Message performed a mentally liberating deed by taking the question of unity out of the fog of racial or interracial sentiment, posing it instead in terms of national interests and class interests. Black-white worker solidarity cannot be attained at any cost, but at a particular cost. We do not agree with... Wait, hold on. Yeah, okay. But at a particular cost. We do not agree with white leftist revisionists that black and white workers share the same interest because they are both workers. While this may be true on a tactical level, specific struggles around certain issues, it is not true on a strategic level. Strategically speaking, long range, the black worker's ultimate goal is the same as the masses of blacks, which is toward national self-determination as a people. Both the establishment of a black revolutionary nation based on socialist relations and overthrowing the present capitalist system and establishment of a predominantly white worker state are complementary struggles, and as such, there will be tactical unity around issues that affect both black and white workers. While this view was an important advance, it also contained certain contradictions. It assumed, despite settlerism, that the Euro-American masses and the African masses had nationally separate but parallel struggles, both moving in the same direction. Because of this complementary relationship, there would naturally be tactical unity between black and white workers. First of all, tactical unity should be understood as temporary, short-run unity around a specific issue by forces that can even be fundamentally antagonistic. The Chinese Revolution in the U.S. Empire had for a few years a tactical unity against the Japanese Empire. The unity between proletarians of different nations struggling towards socialism is not tactical, but strategic. Okay, so yeah, the previous thing that was just described was tactical, short-term. Not tactical, but strategic. There is nothing temporary or tactical about the deep bond, for example, between the Vietnamese Revolution and the guerrillas of El Salvador. We ourselves have deep feelings of unity, more strategic than any national boundary, towards our comrades in Vietnam. If both black and white workers were indeed moving towards socialism in their respective nations, then the unity would be more than tactical. In reality, this is not the situation. Message becomes confused when it tries to deal with the fact that immediate issues, higher wages in a factory, tenants' rights legislation, etc., call for some tactical relationship between black and white workers. This is a relationship in the larger framework of national antagonism. It is necessary to deepen this to see more fully what is tactical and what is strategic in the... Okay, I guess this is not a summary bit, but it's just outlining... Yeah, okay. You can ignore what I said earlier, I guess, about Shemira. It is necessary to deepen this to see more fully what is tactical and what is strategic in the linked struggles of Euro-American and Third World workers. Particularly in seeing that revolutionaries are not the only ones with tactics and strategies. What is the relationship of tactical unity to genocide? Oh, it's back. No caption for this one. The classic and most cited example of black-white workers' unity has always been the United Mine Workers. From its founding in 1890, the UMW Constitution admitted all coal miners regardless of race, creed, or nationality. As early as 1900, the UMW had some 20,000 African members, while even in the earliest years, an African miner, Richard L. Davis, was a union leader. Davis was elected to the UMW National Executive Board in 1896 and 1897. Davis himself said that after many white miners voted to put him on the board that the question of color in our miners' organization will soon be a thing of the past. Damn, they're gonna curl them all? No, whatever. By 1939, the UMW had as many as 100,000 African members, and Horace Caton and George Mitchell wrote that year in Black Workers in the New Unions that the UMW was, from the point of view of the participation of Negroes, the most important in the country. Oh, it's sippy time. One of the earliest modern industrial unions in the U.S., the UMW was the only major union with significant African membership, the most integrated union in the AFL. The UMW under John L. Lewis led the breakaway from the old AFL to form the more militant CIO. To this very day, the mine workers' unions has African, local, and district officers, and the original constitutional provisions still making discrimination by any member grounds for expulsion. The historic place assigned the UMW as an example of working-class unity and integration is unique. The Negro Almanac says, for instance, "It has been said that no other CIO leader better understood the importance of equalitarian racial policies for successful unionism than John L. Lewis of the United Mine Workers. In this union, the common economic and occupational hardships endured by all minimized, although they the common economic and occupational hardships endured by all minimized, although they did not totally eliminate, racial differences among members, even in the South. CIO policies ultimately prompted Thurgood Marshall to declare that the program of this organization has become a Bill of Rights for Negro labor in America. In the UMW, we can examine tactical unity over a 90-year period in a major industry." The fundamental reality was that African miners and Euro-American miners had tactical unity, but different strategic interests. African miners attempted to pursue their tactical interests by uniting within settler unionism, helping to organize all coal miners and thus building a strong enough union to significantly increase wages and improve working conditions. This tactical unity was very practical and easily understood, but the strategic contradictions are now equally clear while seldom brought to light. While African workers had the strategic goal of liberating their nation from the U.S. Empire, the settler workers had the strategic goal of preserving the U.S. Empire's exploitation of the oppressed nations. The mythology that they had common class interests proved factually untrue. Since African miners were perhaps 20% of all coal miners and a majority in the southern mines, it was impractical for settler miners to build a union that excluded them. As early as 1899, UMW President John Mitchell told an astonished congressional investigation that even in Alabama, there are cases where a colored man will be the officer of a local union with both African and Euro-American members. I will say there is no difference as far as our organization is concerned. They recognize, as a matter of necessity, they were forced to recognize the identity of interest. I suppose among miners, the same as other white men in the South, there's the same class differences, but they have been forced down, so they must raise the colored man up or they go down, and they consequently have mixed together in their organization. Both Euro-American and African miners wanted tactical unity. However, since they had different strategic interests, their tactical unity meant different things to each other, or to each group. The Euro-American miners wanted tactical unity in order to advance their own narrow economic interests and take away African jobs. In the early 1920s, the UMW could in practice be divided into two regions: the unionized North, where most UMW locals in Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania used their settler organization to keep African miners out. The unorganized Appalachian South, two regions, the unionized North and the unorganized Appalachian South, where the UMW needed African miners to build the settler union. While UMW welcomed African workers as unpaid organizers and militants, when a mining community in the North became organized, very often the African Union brothers were told to get out. At the 1920 UMW Pittsburgh District Convention, an experienced African delegate, recalling how he and hundreds of other African miners had taken up rifles that during the Union's armed marches in West Virginia, complained bitterly. Those colored men from the state of West Virginia put their shoulders to the shoulders of white brothers, and our newspapers tell us that they have sacrificed their lives for this great movement. I think it looks very embarrassing when a man would sacrifice his life for this movement, and after the victory is won, then his brother would say, "We need you no longer. A livelihood belongs to every man, and when you deprive me of it, you have almost committed murder to the whole entire race." Richard L. Davis, whom we mentioned as the first African to be elected to the UMW board, spent 16 years as an unpaid labor organizer, not only in Ohio, but in Alabama and West Virginia as well. Finally, he was whitelisted, unable to get work from mine operators, and unable, despite his leading role, to get either financial aid or paid organizer's position with the UMW. Living in great want, unable to provide for his children, ill, he finally died of lung fever at the age of 35. Yeah, that'd be like another 6 years for me. He was used and then discarded. This is why Euro-American historians write of him as the best possible example for third world workers to follow. And we use them up and discard them. The Union actually depended upon a fighting base of African miners to get established in the South. As we discussed earlier, in both the 1908 and 1920 to 21 Alabama strikes, the majority of strikers were Africans. 76% of the 1920 to 21 UMW strikers were African. An African miner who worked in Mercer County, West Virginia for 43 years recalled, "The white man was scared to join a union at first around here. The black man took the organizing jobs and set it up. We went into the bushes and met in secret, and we held all the key offices. A few of the white miners would slip around and come to our meetings." Deja vu. I think I read this. Maybe it was in a different chapter as well. A few of the white miners would slip around and come to our meetings. After they found out that the company wasn't going to run them away, why, they began to appear more often. And quite naturally, when they became the majority, they elected who they wanted for their presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers. They left a few jobs as secretaries for the Negroes, but at the beginning, most all of the main offices and the locals were held by Negroes. The UMW's triumph in the mid-1930s meant that at last the Euro-American miners held enough power to defend their settler class interests. Much higher wages, per ton production royalties for union pension and medical plans, seniority and safety regulations, and other benefits all resulted from this triumph. Today, while underground mining is still very hard and dangerous work, the union mines are highly mechanized, and workers regularly earn $20,000 to $30,000 per year. These are asterisk. I'll get to it in a moment. These are very desirable jobs by the standards of the imperialist labor market. Even the weakened position of the UMW since the 1960s has not completely wiped out the gains made. Let's see, star. In 1980, the President's Coal Commission said that the 233,400 coal miners in the U.S. earned an average wage of $20,000 per year, with average weekly gross earnings of $434.70. Of these, 50% owned their own homes and added 24% owned mobile homes. 87% owned their own cars, and 24% owned two cars, while imperialism is literally destroying much of Appalachia through physical and social environmental dislocation. It is paying high wages in the union mines in order to maintain mass acceptance of its policies. Okay. Now that the fruits of successful union struggle have been placed in view, you can evaluate and practice the gains that African miners won by sacrificing to build the settler UMW and steadfastly uniting with their Euro-American Union brothers. The gains, objectively speaking, are non-existent. There are no gains, because African coal miners have been virtually wiped out by the alliance of settler capitalists and settler miners. Driven out of the industry by the tens of thousands, African miners found their share of the jobs taken over by their Euro-American Union brothers. In 1930, African coal miners comprised 22% of the industry in southern Appalachia, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, Virginia. By 1960, their share of the coal mining jobs in southern Appalachia had been cut to only 6%. Even during the boom years of the 1940s and early 1950s, when tens of thousands of new Euro-American miners were getting hired, thousands of African miners were being fired and not replaced. In doing this, the imperialists were merely carrying out their general policy on colonial labor, restricting its role in strategic industries and reserving the best jobs for Euro-Americans in order to ensure the loyalty of settler society. When most coal mining jobs were brutal hand-loading of the coal while working in 2-feet-high tunnels, there were many jobs for African labor. But as unionization and mechanization raised the wages and improved the work, it became too good for Africans, and the companies in the UMW started pushing Africans out. Denied jobs operating the new machinery, African laborers with 10 years seniority found themselves being permanently laid off, in other words, fired, at the same time as the company would be hiring Euro-American teenagers for high-wage jobs on the new equipment. The other favored tactic was to transfer large numbers of African miners into the oldest mines, working them to exhaustion without investing even a penny in modernization, and then closing the worked-out mine and firing the African men. At the same time, the same company would be opening new mines elsewhere with an all-white workforce. The United Mine Workers actively conspired with all the mine companies in this campaign against African labor. It would not have been possible otherwise. Today, surface mining accounts for over 60% of all coal production, double its percentage just 10 years ago. The growing sector of the industry, it is also the best paid, safest, cleanest, and most mechanized. It should be no surprise that these jobs are reserved for Euro-Americans. Alabama is traditionally the most heavily African area in the coal industry, yet in 1974, the UMW's District 20 in Alabama had only 10 African members among the 1,500 surface miners, while Africans are over 26% of the area's population. The blackout of African workers in the coal industry has reached a point where the 1980 report on the American coal miner by the President's Coal Commission, chaired by John D. Rockefeller IV, has an entire chapter on the Navajo miners who produce 3% of the U.S. coal, but not even one page on African miners. Sneaker. In a few paragraphs, the study praises the UMW as an example of integration and notes that past discrimination is being corrected by corporate civil rights programs. It ends these few words by noting that the coal companies would supposedly like to hire more Africans for these well-paying jobs, but they can't find any job seekers. Coal companies contend that the major problem in finding black miners is that many black families have migrated to the large urban centers and that few live in the coal fields. Well, we can see then that the tactical unity of settler and African miners cannot be understood without examining the strategy of both groups. Euro-American labor used that tactical unity to get African workers to carry out the strategy of preserving the settler empire. Some African miners received tactical gains from this unity in the form of higher wages and better working conditions, but in return, African miners disorganized themselves, giving themselves up to the hegemony of settler unionism. Thus disarmed and disorganized, they soon discovered that the result of the tactical unity was to take their jobs and drive them out. There are no tactics without a larger strategy, and in the U.S. empire, that strategy has a national and class character. As that African miner so correctly pointed out in 1921, "A livelihood belongs to every man, and when you deprive me of it, you have almost committed murder to the whole entire race." Without that economic base, the African communities in West Virginia lost 25% of their total population during 1960 to 1970, as families were forced out of the coal areas. This, then, is the bitter fruit of black-white workers' unity over 90 years in the coal industry. While such integration was shocking to many settlers, we can now understand why Richard L. Davis was elected to the UMW National Board in 1896. He was the chosen Judas goat, selected to help lure African miners into following settler unionism. The UMW Journal reminded white miners at the same time that with his new position, he will in a special way be able to appear before our colored miners and preach the gospel of trade unions. When African miners in Ohio complained that the UMW was a white man's organization, Davis answered them, "Now, my dear people, I, as a colored man, would ask of you to dispel all such ideas, as they are not only false, but foolish and unwise. You have the same interests at stake as your white brother." While Davis proved his sincerity by literally giving his life to build industrial unionism, it isn't very hard to see that he was elevated into a high union office by white miners because that actually represented their own narrow interests. He was the misleader, although idealistic and honest, they helped create for African miners. Hold on, I gotta go be right back and take care of my nose because it's trying to stop me. Yeah, I'm gonna find something else to do. I'm gonna say. Okay. Let's see. He was the misleader they created for African miners. Or they helped create for African miners. Even today, after the decisive blows have fallen, we find misleaders telling African coal miners that better unity with settler workers and reforming the settler union are the answers to their problems. The damage in this case is limited solely by the fact that no one can be killed twice. Bill Worthington, past president of the Black Lung Association of Miners Disabled from Breathing Coal Dust, is a prominent retired African miner. He often speaks at national labor rallies, community and settler left events. And he trots out with shameless disregard for the truth the whole tired line of settleristic lies. The operators try to divide black and white. It's a master plan to keep confusion among the workers. Keep the poor people fighting one another. Damn, they got me. I used to be cringe. I was cringe 5 seconds ago. I'm sorry, I'll never be cringe again. No, I mean, it'll happen again. I'll be cringe again, I'm sorry. This is the classic line invented by the settler left to explain away national oppression. In point of fact, African and Euro-American coal miners are not actually fighting each other in the coal fields. By cooperating with the imperialists, the Euro-American miners have forced most Africans out and now have whatever remains of the jobs. African miners have been forced out and are in a difficult position to fight. Imperialism has the coal mines, the settlers have the jobs, and are going to try to hold on to them, and the unemployed African workers gets the inspiring propaganda about black-white workers' unity. This history proves concretely that the strategy of settleristic assimilation and the tactics that flowed from it were incorrect for African miners, and that their true strategic interests lay not only in national liberation, but in developing their own fighting organizations, which alone could defend their true class interests. It was only from that foundation that correct tactical relations could have been made with Euro-American workers. Correct alliances must be based on correct strategy. We also see how the Euro-American labor aristocracy uses tactical unity and the surface appearance of advancing the common good, but only really acts to protect settler privilege and maintain settler hegemony over labor. It is always important to go beneath the surface appearances of such tactical unity, no matter how good it looks. Oh, look at this cringe person with the cringe shirt. We must blow them up with the lasers. Okay. We also see how the Euro... Wait, let's see. Okay, we just read that. It's not even spelled right. Conrati. Okay. In the summer of 1974, the United Mine Workers and the Euro-American left announced that a wonderful breakthrough had just happened. The union was leading thousands of settler miners to make common cause with the African... The union was leading thousands of settler miners to make common cause with the African liberation struggle in South Africa. This was an event so improbable as to surpass anything but the propaganda of the settler left. In its June 5th, 1974 issue, the radical weekly Guardian ran a large headline: Miners halt work to protest South African coal. Oh, I bet you I know. The book has primed me for this. Okay, let's see. Halt work to protest South African coal. In the article underneath, they proclaimed that spirited action had united the workers' movement with the black liberation struggle. The article details how nearly 8,000 miners went on a one-day walkout throughout Alabama, May 22nd. On the same day, 1,500 people, also mainly miners, staged a militant rally in common cause with the black workers of South Africa, carrying picket signs which read, "Stop imperialism in South Africa, End racism and slavery, and Stop the Southern Company." The workers blasted the plans of U.S. energy companies to import coal from racist South Africa. The militant rally was organized by the Birmingham-based Coalition to Stop South African Coal and endorsed by UMW District 20. The next week, The Guardian ran follow-up material in its June 12, 1974 issue, including a large photograph of a Euro-American and an African, kneeling together wearing miners' helmets, holding a sign urging, "Do not buy South African coal." Another photograph showed a Euro-American miner holding a sign saying, "Opposes racism in Africa and at home." The Guardian further said. The Guardian further said, times are changing in the U.S. labor movement. When a major union recognizes the unity between the struggles of U.S. workers and workers abroad, it is a sharp departure from the usual union campaign of "Be American, Buy American," which fails to distinguish the common interests of workers throughout the world. It is even more significant when the U.S. workers are from the South and the workers abroad are African. This was truly unbelievable. How could the UMW and its mass of Euro-American members, who had a proven record of white supremacist attacks on African workers, literally overnight, without a struggle, be converted to proletarian internationalism? Yet the Euro-American left was responsible for that new alliance. Some of the organizations involved in uniting with the UMW were the Revolutionary Union, now the Revolutionary Communist Party, RCP, the October League, now CPUSA-ML, excuse me, the Black Workers Congress, some elements from the Southern Conference Education Fund, and the Atlanta African Liberation Support Committee. On the basis of its newfound solidarity with African liberation, the UMW District 20 officers approached the African dock workers in Mobile, Alabama, asked them to join the campaign and not unload the coal. The African dock workers in Mobile refused, and at that point, the whole treacherous scheme by the UMW and the settler radicals blew apart at the seams. It turned out that the UMW District 20 leadership was, of course, totally reactionary and white supremacist. They were, in fact, the labor arm in the area of the rabid George Wallace American Independence Party movement. Their settler union had also endorsed the then Attorney General Bill Baxley, who was appealing to Euro-American voters by personally trying to get the death penalty for the Atmore-Holman brothers. Inside the mines, they openly promoted the most vicious race baiting. Knowing all this, the African dock workers refused to have anything to do with them. The genesis of that strange charade began with the UMW's decision to fight importation of all foreign coal. The decision by the Southern Power Company to import $50 million worth of low-sulfur South African coal was singled out. Excuse me. At that point, the District's 20 reactionaries were quietly approached by some Euro-American radicals who convinced them that by falsely adopting anti-imperialist slogans, they could trick the African dock workers into fighting to save Euro-American jobs. Stolen from Africans, of course. That's what all that treachery was about. Tactical unity based on settler self-interest. That's why we saw the unreal spectacle of racist Alabama settlers marching around with signs saying, "Support South African liberation." Frustrated, the Klan-like Unionists turned on the settler radicals and denounced them. Soon, the Guardian and the other settler left organizations had to admit that the UMW leaders were not as they'd originally pictured them. Even after the UMW admitted that they didn't care about any African liberation, but only wanted to boycott all foreign coal to save settler jobs, the Euro-American radicals kept trying to support them. Womp womp. Finally, the UMW miners had to tell the radicals to leave the boycott picket lines or get tossed out. An article in the September 11th, 1974 Guardian said that even though the Alabama UMW was not cooperating with the FBI and the Alabama State Police, the Radical Coalition to Stop South African Coal still wanted to unite with them and still supported their settler boycott. The entire example of attempted tactical unity shows how strongly the oppressor nation character of both the settler unions and the settler left determines their actions. The settler left tried to reach an opportunistic deal with reactionary labor leaders, hoping that African workers could be used to pay the price for their alliance. While the settler radicals professed a heartfelt concern with helping the liberation struggle in South Africa, we notice that they were totally unconcerned with the long-standing genocidal attack of the UMW against the economic base of Africans in the occupied South. Further, they covered up for their settler fellow citizens as much as possible. What is evident is that despite the tactical division between the rabid, George Wallace-loving settlers and the radical settlers, their common national position as oppressors gave them a strategic unity in opposing the interests of the oppressed. After an emotional meeting in their local union hall with a representative from Zimbabwe, the African longshoremen temporarily held off the orders of their local... Let me read this thing again. After an emotional meeting in their local union hall with a representative from Zimbabwe, the African longshoremen temporarily held off the orders of their local union president and stalled for a day in unloading the South African coal. They desired to show support for the liberation struggle of their brothers and sisters in South Africa. However incomplete and still undeveloped, that desire for solidarity was real. But in regard to the attempted UMW boycott, the African longshoremen were firm in their refusal to have anything to do with it. That attempted maneuver was crude and obvious, no matter how lovingly the settler radicals wrapped it up in a camouflage of anti-imperialist slogans and postures. The African longshoremen saw right through it, right to its rip-off reactionary essence. How come the Black Workers' Congress couldn't unmask it? The signs here, something Southern Company, stop slavery in Africa, stop imperialism, stop local Southern Co. Crime against humanity, Southern Company does anything for a buck. I can't read that one. See, how come the Black Workers' Congress couldn't unmask it? How come all the assorted third world comrades involved in those radical multinational organizations couldn't unmask it? They thought they were communists, but in practice, the political framework of their political framework of settleristic revisionism left them politically simple-minded, unable to prevent themselves from being pawns in the most vulgar white supremacist maneuvers. Do not buy South African coal. Schmearman. Yeah, no, I'm not going to read that. Schmearman. Exposed and defeated, this fiasco was dug up out of its grave 4 years later, this time by a new crew, the Chinese-American-led Workers' Viewpoint Organization, now called Communist Workers' Party. In their campaign to recruit Africans, this grouping had organized an African Liberation Support Committee under its leadership to stage a large African Liberation Day 1978 rally in Washington, D.C. We place African Liberation Support Committee in quotation marks to distinguish it from the earlier genuine ALSC. They dug up and reprinted the old staged UMW photograph of the Euro-American and African miners kneeling together, even going so far as to say that the 1974 white supremacist UMW boycott gives lessons for future struggles by its examples of international solidarity between all working people by supporting African miners. That old lie, 4 years earlier, was revived as evidence to justify another round of integrationism. This organization certainly shows that even an entire group of radical Chinese Americans can be indoctrinated into settler ideology. While proletarian ideology has a clear relationship to the oppressed, it is not transmitted genetically. Ouch. Oof. So we see that tactical unity is not just some neutral, momentary alliances of convenience. Tactical unity flows out of strategy as well as immediate circumstances, nor is tactical unity with Euro-American workers simply the non-antagonistic working together of complementary but different movements. Even the simplest rank-and-file reform coalition inside a settler union is linked to the strategic conflict of oppressor and oppressed nations. The alliances formed around the fiery League of Revolutionary Black Workers in Detroit illustrate all this. The rise of the League's revolutionary union movements in 1967, first at the old Chrysler Dodge main plant, had alarmed the United Auto Workers labor aristocracy. The League represented the militant, anti-capitalist, and anti-settler union sentiment of the young African workers in the Detroit auto plants. At least at Chrysler's Dodge Main and Eldon Avenue gear and axle plants, the LRBW had won a clear majority support of young African workers against the UAW. The UAW leadership responded with numerous attacks of different kinds, from verbal to violence. Emile Mazie, UAW Secretary-Treasurer and the most prominent figure in the liberal grouping of settler trade unionists against the Vietnam War, denounced the LRBW as black fascists. He called upon Euro-American auto workers to respond to this new black peril, his words. We can no longer tolerate the tactics of these young militants. And when the UAW used direct police intimidation to defeat the LRBW's Ron March candidacy for union trustee at Dodge Main, the Liberal Settler Union didn't look too much different from George Wallace. But the UAW was different. One of the key ways it reacted to contain the League was to promote alternative, non-revolutionary African Unionists. The International UMW had always intervened everywhere in the local unions to keep settlers in charge. This became particularly important with the gradual rise of African membership. The UAW officially placed Africans then at 25% of the UAW membership, but the breakout of revolutionary leadership in the form of the LRBW had outflanked the Euro-American labor bosses. The UAW leadership selectively stopped organizing against those non-revolutionary African Unionists who had been seeking the top offices in Detroit locals. After the LRBW broke out, moderate Africans were elected as the UAW local presidents at Ford Wayne Local 900, Chrysler Forge Local 47, Plymouth Local 51, Chrysler Mopar Local 1248, etc., etc. So that in addition to cooperating with the companies to fire LRBW cadre, using police intimidation, etc., the settler union bureaucracy tried to undercut the League. That is, to undercut revolutionary African leadership which rejected settler hegemony by advancing alternate, moderate leaders for African auto workers. We got an asterisk here. Okay. Bayard Rustin, arch-flunky for the AFL-CIO and Zionism, crowed about this in his article, The Failure of Black Separatism. Some of the most interesting election victories were won at the Chrysler Eldon Gear and Axle, Local 961, and Dodge No. 3 in Hamtramck, where the separatist Eldon Revolutionary Union Movement, ELRUM, and Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, DRUM, have been active. At both locals, the DRUM and ELRUM candidates were handily defeated by black trade unionists who campaigned on a platform of militant integrationism. Now, the League itself had made alliances with Euro-American radicals in the auto plants. Most importantly, they had responded positively to suggestions from the United National Caucus for a cooperative working relationship against the UAW leadership. The United National Caucus was, and still is, the more or less official opposition coalition to the UAW leadership, with members from local reform caucuses and locals throughout the UAW. It had grown out of the Dollar an Hour Now caucus, a caucus of Euro-American skilled craftsmen who were pressuring for an immediate $1 an hour raise for themselves alone. The UNC was organized by Euro-American radicals and had an African co-chairman. He was Jordan Sims, an experienced activist and union reformer at Chrysler's Eldon Avenue, Gear and Axle, an LRBW center of strength. Sims, while not a revolutionary, had defended the League in his attempts to win the local presidency. After several stolen elections and getting fired, Sims finally became local president in 1973. So this broad, black-white workers' unity had some constructive possibilities. But in the world of the automobile plants is, however important, not the entire world. In April 1968, Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated in Memphis. Detroit blew up, and settler Detroit armed up. In the Detroit white suburbs, gun sales soared as settlers prepared to keep Africans out of their communities. Euro-American housewives were signed up in special handgun classes. A publication associated with the League reprinted a newspaper photograph of suburban Euro-American women practicing with their new guns, and referring to the settler women in unfriendly words. The problem was that one of the settler women photographed was the wife of a leading member of the United National Caucus, and incensed, the skilled Euro-American auto workers demanded that their caucus either break off ties with the black nationalists or force the League to print an apology. The settler skilled tradesmen were raging mad that their women had been insulted by Africans. Naturally, the LRBW was unlikely to apologize for pointing out a true fact about Euro-American behavior. The relationship between the UNC and the LRBW was off, a casualty of the sudden lightning bolt of truth that flashed across America after King's assassination. Privately, the leader of the Euro-American skilled tradesmen admitted that his people were wrong, that their attitude toward the LRBW was racist. But to be principled at that moment, he said, would be to throw away his years of work founding the United National Caucus and organizing settler auto workers into joining it. As a Euro-American radical, he was unwilling to see his rank-and-file settler organization torn apart over their racism. Pathetic. And then I exploded him like a high-poly 3D grape in a scientific simulation running at 300 frames per second. Okay. Besides, he continued, to be overly principled would be meaningless since the League is through. With a smile, he revealed that the UNC had been secretly dealing with key African supporters of the League. As an example, he said that at a plant of the Fort River Rouge complex, the UNC had convinced a League activist that if he split with the League and took some of its base of support with him, that together with the UNC's Euro-American voting bloc, they would have enough votes to make him the next local union president. The UNC leader felt certain that with such practical bribes, they would be able to gradually win over enough African workers to undermine the League. He was like, oh yeah, I was totally wrong, and we were being racist toward this organization, but also we were trying to, like, destroy it at the same time anyway. What a fucking... Okay. Slurp it away. Let's see. Let's see, other asterisk. The complex reasons for the League's demise and the outcome of various counterinsurgency tactics against it is far beyond the scope of this paper. This case study does not answer these questions. Oh, okay. It is interesting that the supporters of this radical-led rank-and-file workers' caucus were busy arming themselves against Africans. At the same time, tactical unity for union reform was being proposed. The most interesting fact that emerges, however, is that this radical-led settler caucus... The most interesting fact that emerges, however, is that this radical-led settler caucus, organized to fight the established UAW bureaucracy, was using the exact same tactic against African revolutionaries as was the UAW bureaucracy. Both were working to divide the ranks of African auto workers, both promoting moderate African leaders who accepted settler hegemony in order to undercut the threatened leadership of African revolutionaries. So where was the real unity? In earlier chapters, we primarily focused on the larger picture of Euro-American workers in relation to the expansion of the U.S. empire and the development within that of settlerism. Here we have examined the politics of settler unionism in the workplace and its tactical relations with third world workers. What is important about these case histories is that they should push us to think, to question, to closely examine many of the neo-colonial remnants in our minds. Working class unity of oppressor and oppressed is both theoretically good and is immediately practical, we are told. It supposedly pays off in higher wages, stronger unions, and more organization. But did it? Some African coal miners did indeed get higher wages, better working conditions, and so on from this unity. But to pay for that, most got driven out of their jobs. Many African families who once mined coal now live in exile and on welfare in the north. Part of the economic foundation of New Africa was taken over and occupied by settler workers, acting as social troops of the U.S. empire. It was a national setback. In all of this, The UMW, the union organization, was guarding only the strategic interests of US imperialism. African miners proved to be without organization, merely prisoners within an organization of their oppressors. Was this just an isolated, untypical example? No. African workers were gradually herded into the oldest, least mechanized mines. Their exploitation helped provide the capital for modernization and economic investment elsewhere. And then they were laid off, and the industry was gradually de-Africanized. Sounds like Detroit, doesn't it? What happened to the many thousands of African workers who were once the majority force in the now closed Chicago meatpacking industry? The actual history disproves the thesis that in settler America, common working class interests override the imperialist contradictions of oppressor and oppressed nations when it comes to tactical unity around economic issues. The same applies to the thesis that supposed ideological unity with the Euro-American left also overrides imperialist contradictions. And hence, even with their admitted shortcomings, their supposed Yeah. My brain did the thing again where it activates some brain thoughts and I gotta read it again. The same applies to the thesis that supposed ideological unity with the Euro-American left also overrides imperialist contradictions, and hence, even with their admitted shortcomings, they are supposed allies of the oppressed against US imperialism. Could it be the other way around? That despite their tactical contradictions with the bourgeoisie, that Euro-American workers and revisionist radicals have strategic unity with US imperialism? More importantly, how has imperialism been so successful in using this tactical unity against the oppressed? The thesis we have advanced about the settleristic and non-proletarian nature of the US oppressor nation is a historic truth, and thereby a key to leading the concrete struggles of today. Self-reliance and building mass institutions and movements of a specific national character under the leadership of a communist party are absolute necessities for the oppressed. Without these, there can be no national liberation. This thesis is not anti-white or racialist or narrow nationalism. Rather, it is the advocates of oppressor nation hegemony over all struggles of the masses that are promoting the narrowest of nationalisms, that of the US settler nation. When we say that the principal characteristic of imperialism is parasitism, we are also saying that the principal characteristic of settler trade unionism is parasitism, and that the principal characteristic of settler radicalism is parasitism. Every nation and people has its own contribution to make to the world revolution. This is true for all of us, and obviously for Euro-Americans as well. But this is another discussion, one that can only really take place in the context of breaking up the US empire and ending the US oppressor nation. The end. Oh, what's this? Oh, okay, a quote, and then sources, I think. No more Hiroshimas. I'm guessing this is a native person wearing that headband. Shmimmer. Puerto Rico is America. Yeah, it's the end. So I actually got 10 more pages just of sources, I guess. Guard planes blown up in Puerto Rico. Terrorist bombs hit 8 planes at US base. Puerto Rico is America. Just like Texas, we're simply a different part of America. Okay. Puerto Rico is not America. It doesn't want to be America. Oh, it's more photographs. I'm not sure what this one is. You have to turn your head to look at it, and it's still inscrutable. As U.S. citizens, Puerto Ricans must register for the draft. They must be sent off to fight other colonized people, and then crunched. Oh, here's an Malcolm X quote. Hold on. Baltimore, April 1968. See, I'm not going to sit at your table and watch you eat with nothing on my plate and call myself a diner. Sitting at the table doesn't make you a diner unless you eat some of what's on that plate. Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. I don't see an American dream. I see an American nightmare. Couldn't sleep, so I'm here again. Hello also? Hi. Welcome back. It's Ho Chi Minh, I think. What could be more natural? After sorrow comes joy. Ho Chi Minh. Oh, there's the back end of the book. All right. Let's see. When the new republic is established, there will never be any more army in Mexico. Armies are the greatest support of tyranny. There can be no dictator without an army. We will put the army to work. In all parts of the republic, we will establish military colonies composed of the veterans of the revolution. The state will give them grants of agricultural lands and establish big industrial enterprises to give them work. 3 days a week they will work and work hard, because honest work is more important than fighting, and only honest work makes good citizens. And the other 3 days they will receive military instruction and go out and teach all the people how to fight. Then, when the Patria is invaded, we will just have to telephone from the palace at Mexico City, and in half a day all the Mexican people will rise from their fields and factories, fully armed, equipped, and organized to defend their children and their homes. My ambition is to live my life in one of those military colonies among my compañeros whom I love, who have suffered so long and so deeply with me. Francisco Pancho Villa. Okay. Schmearman. And go ahead and I'll take a look and read the interview now. Let's see. Interviews with the author. Let's see. This is the one that I was going to read. When Race Burns Class, Settlers Revisited. I'm not going to read this one. Stolen at Gunpoint, interview with J. Sakai on the Chicano-Mexicano national question. I'll read the summary, and I guess if you want to read it on your own, it's under the part here that says extras. I'm not going to read the Q&A on Osama bin Laden, the Taliban, and the CIA either. Or this one, but yeah. I just want to read this. Well, let me check how many pages it is. Or how long. Let's see, how many page downs let's take. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, not that long. When Race Burns Class, Settlers Revisited, an interview with J. Sakai. EC is the interviewer, and then JS is J. Sakai, the author. Let's see. Settlers, Mythology of the White Proletariat is a book which had a major impact on many North American anti-imperialists. And how did this book come about, and what was so new about its way of looking at things? JS. Settlers completely came about by accident, not design. And what was so new about it was that it wasn't inspiring propaganda, but took up the experience of colonial workers to question how class really worked. It wasn't about race, but about class, although people still have a hard time getting used to that. It isn't race or sex that's the taboo subject in this culture, but class. Like many radicals who struggle as organizers, I had wondered why our very logical class unity theories always seemed to get smashed up around the exit ramp of race. At the time, I had quit my fairly isolated job on the night shift as a mechanic on the railroad and was running a cutoff lathe in an auto parts plant. The young white guys in our department were pretty good. In fact, rebellious, counterculture, dope-smoking NAM vets. After months of hanging and talking, one night, one of them came up to me and said that all the guys were driving down to the Kentucky Derby together to spend the weekend getting drunk and partying. They were inviting me, an Asian, as a way of my joining the crew. Only, he said, you gotta stop talking to those blacks. You gotta choose, white or black. Every lunch hour, I dropped in on a scene on the loading dock where a dozen brothers munched sandwiches and had an ongoing discussion about everything from the latest sex scandal to whether it was good or not for third world nations to be getting A-bombs. Some said it was good ending the white monopoly on nuclear weapons, while others said, not at the price of endangering our asses. Plus, the guy from the League of Black Revolutionary Workers in our plant area, that was the LBRW, the missioner in the book, had recruited me to help out since he was facing heavy, going from the older, more established black political tendencies. Various nationalists, the CPUSA, who had great veterans, good shop floor militants, etc. And why would I go along with some apartheid agenda anyway? Needless to say, the white young guys cut me dead after that, though they later came out for me as shop steward, which shows you how much BS they thought the union was. That kind of stuff, familiar to us all, kept piling up in my mind and got me started trying to figure out how this had come about in the US working class. So for years after this, I read labor history and asked older trade union radicals questions whenever I could. Finally, an anarchist veteran of the auto workers' historic 1937 Flint sit-down strike told me that the strike had been Jim Crow, that one of the unpublicized demands had been to keep black workers down as only janitors or out of the plants altogether. This blew my mind. That's when it hit me that the wonderful working class history that the movement had taught us was a lie. So I decided to write an article, Famous Writer's Delusion, on how this white supremacy started in the US working class. I didn't know. Maybe it was in the 1920s, I thought. So Settlers was researched backwards. I knew what the conclusion was in the mid-1970s, that white supremacy ruled the white working class, except in the self-delusions of the left. No politician can ever be too racist to be popular in white America is an amazingly true saying. Excuse me. I was drinking. Settlers was researched going back in time, trying to find that event, that turning point, when working class unity by whites had dissolved into racial supremacy. 1930s, 1920s, pre-World War I, Black Reconstruction, Civil War, 1700s, 1600s. I kept going back and back, treading water, trying to touch non-white supremacist ground. Only there wasn't any. By then, it was years later in our lives, and I'd been recruited into doing national liberation movement support work, and was reading black nationalist writings. One day, I caught a speech in which U.S. whites were referred to as settlers, meaning invaders or interlopers, as in South Africa and Rhodesia. Of course, white history always talks about settlers, with the non-political connotations of pioneers or explorers, or first people to live in an area. Native peoples didn't count as real people to Eurocapitalism. They were part of the flora and fauna. This was a moment of the proverbial light bulb turning on in my head. Or in my mind. First chance I got, I asked the UN representative of an African liberation movement if he thought US whites as a society, including workers, were settler oppressors in the same way as Rhodesians, Boers, or Zionists in Israel. He just said, of course. Upset, I demanded to know why he didn't tell North Americans this. He only smiled ironically at me. I won't even bother telling you what certain Indian comrades said. So settlers didn't involve any great genius on my part, just finally listening to the oppressed and what the actual historical experience said about class. Finally. From there, it was hard research work, but no conceptual leap at all to see that, in general, in U.S. history, the colonized peoples have been the proletariat, while the white working class has been a labor aristocracy. This has been camouflaged in capitalist history by retroactively assigning white racial membership to various European immigrant peoples who weren't white at the time. For instance, when leading U.S. capitalists started the Interracial Council to promote patriotic nationalist integration during World War I, the races they wanted to bring together were the Irish race, the Welsh race, the Polish race, the Lithuanian race, the Hungarian race, the Sicilian race, Italians, the Romanian race, and other Europeans that we now think of as only nationalities within the white race. It shows you how race is another capitalist manufactured product. So groups who we think of as white today were definitely not considered white in the past. Like in the Midwest steel mills just before World War I. When native-born American WASP men, I don't remember what WASP stands for, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. When native-born American WASP men were all foremen and skilled workers, what was called white man's work, while the backbreaking laboring gangs were made up of hunkies, Eastern Europeans, like immigrant Finnish workers who weren't citizens, didn't speak English, weren't considered white, but Mongolian, who were oppressed like draft animals in small town mines and mills in the northern Midwest, and who made up something like 60% of the total membership of the early Communist Party. They wanted armed revolution right then, just like against the Tsar, and most of them were actually imprisoned or deported, wiped out as an oppressed class and national group. It's a long distance in real class from those oppressed. It's a long distance in real class from those oppressed revolutionary women and men to the middle class pedants and would-be commissars of today's left. Settlers goes through this real class history. EC. How is settlerism different from racism? JS. This is a useful question because people are confused about the two. Some people think that settler is just a fancy way of saying white people, and that it's all just about racism anyway. Racism as we know it and settlerism both had their origins in capitalist colonialism and are related but quite distinct. Settler colonial societies started as invasion and occupation forces for Western capitalism, so social garrisons usually in the Third World, as Western capitalism expanded out of Europe into the Americas, Africa, and Asia. I randomly got reminded, pseudo-randomly got reminded about how Israel has an obsession with demographics and trying to make sure they have a greater majority of Jewish people. I guess, yeah, similar logic. Colonial, genocidal, settler logic, crunch. Okay. Let's see. Western capitalism expanded out of Europe into the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Racism as we experience it today didn't exist before capitalism, which is why many revolutionaries see rooting out the one as requiring rooting out the other. To Europeans, before modern capitalism, the most important races were what we would call nations. Indeed, until well into the 20th century, it was widely assumed by Europeans that even different European nationalities were biologically different and had different mental abilities and propensities. Slavs were thought to be biologically different from Nordics, and Jews were thought to be an exotic race all by themselves. Pre-capitalist and even early capitalist Europe was a lot different from our racial stereotypes. It wasn't that oppression and bigotry didn't exist. Obviously, for example, there was a long tradition of anti-Semitic and anti-Romani persecution in Christendom. But the whole context of race was unlike what we usually think of. I was astonished to learn that in early 18th century Germany, a leading philosopher, Anton Wilhelm Amo, who lectured at the University of Halle and the University of Jena, was a black German. Born in Africa, he also signed his name in Latin as Amo Gini Africanus, or Amo the African, or that Russia's greatest poet, the 19th century aristocratic Pushkin, was black by American standards, and nobody cared. And in the time of Marx and Bakunin, the major leader of early German radical unionism was also very visibly black, and his part African heritage accepted. Well, what we've been saying all along is that race in modern capitalism was originally changed from an undefined difference into a disguise for class. Capitalism, after all, always prefers to restructure class differences and drag of some kind. That's a little strange comparison, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll allow it. And drag of some kind, all the better for their manipulations. Like Northern Ireland, where there is supposedly I mean, I get what he meant, but it's a little derogatory sort of use of that word, though, I think. Maybe. Like Northern Ireland, where there is supposedly a religious or ethnic bloody conflict between Catholic Irish Republicans and Protestant loyalists. Actually, this has been an upfront class conflict between British capitalism's historic settler garrison population, the Prots, and the historic colonial subjects, the Catholics, both sides European, both white. The Northern Ireland Protestant settler working class has always had relative privilege. Excuse me. The Northern Ireland Protestant settler working class has always had relative privilege. Oh, I guess this means in the US, including the best jobs. Wait, no. No, I'm confused. Okay, never mind. Including the best jobs. Sound familiar? Belfast's traditional blue-collar big employer, the Harland and Wolff shipyard, had always been so dominated by Protestant settler workers. Okay. Had always been so dominated by Protestant settler workers that the shipyard union called a pro-imperialist political strike in the 1970s, closing down the yards to oppose granting any democratic rights at all to Irish Catholics. Now, of course, the obsolete shipyards are going out of business, and a globalized British imperialism has much less need for their loyal unionist servants. The Orangemen settlers in Northern Ireland. Oh, I see. Okay. Northern Ireland, as in the region, and then Protestant settlers from the other one. Okay. The Orangemen settlers in Northern Ireland have hated the Irish with just as much crazed viciousness as white US workers hate the oppressed. Irish revolutionary Bernadette Devlin McAlliskey picked up on the same comparison in real class when visiting the US in the 1970s. She said afterward, "I was not very long there until, like water, I found my own level. My people, the people who knew about oppression, discrimination, prejudice, poverty, and the frustration and despair that they produce, were not Irish Americans. Were not Irish Americans. They were black, Puerto Ricans, Chicanos, and those who were supposed to be my people, the Irish Americans who knew about English misrule and the famine, and supported the civil rights movement at home, and knew that partition in England were the cause of the problem, looked and sounded to me like Orangemen. They said exactly the same things about blacks that the Loyalists said about us at home. In New York, I was given the key to the city by the mayor, an honor not to be sneezed at. I gave it to the Black Panthers." So settler colonialism usually has taken racial form, but it doesn't have to. In fact, one of the newest examples, the Chinese capitalist empire's Han settler occupation of Tibet, is all Asian. What we never should lose sight of is that these may be... I remember there being a whole tizzy about the Tibet thing. They were civilizing them, TM. Yeah, I don't know. American media was like, oh, that was so bad and horrible. But that's because they would do anything to make China look bad. I don't actually know enough about that to like actually, I don't know. Okay, what we should never lose sight of is that these may be socially constructed differences, but they are real. There's a certain trend of fashionable white thought that claims that race or nation is nothing more than a trick, an imaginary construct that folks are fooled into believing in. So we even find some middle-class white men claiming that they're giving up being white. I can hear my grandmother saying, "More white foolishness," with a dismissing head shake. Needless to say, they haven't given up anything. Howdy.
Oh.
Howdy, partner. What brings you to these troubled parts?
Hitching my wagon down the parts and it got eaten up by a dumb squirrel.
Oh, a squirrel.
Squirrel don't ate the wheels. So I'm here to get 4 new wheels for my cart. Left 2 wheels, so I just need 4 more. It's kind of a caterpillar sort of design.
Oh, I see. Oh, Mr. Wheelman could get you hooked up. He's right down the street.
Hold it right there. Don't go to the wheelman. Why not come to my emporium for every good?
You were just trying to drive us out of business, Mr. Every product.
Get away from me. I don't love you very much. Very full.
Admiral said hello.
Hey, Charlie.
Okay. Oh, you're too late, Gio. She's already run away. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Needless to say, they haven't given up anything. Race as a form of class is very tangible, solid, material, as real as a tank division running over you. Tank divisions, after all, are also socially constructed. Yeah, I guess this is true. A tank division is made up of multiple individual tanks and requires a tank commander to make them move as a unit. Tank flattens you. About another form of this same white racist game, white New Age women deciding to play at becoming Indian. Women of all red nations activist Andy Smith used to wearily suggest that if they really, really wanted to become Indian, they should live on the res, the U.S. colony, without running water or jobs, without heat in the winter, or education for their children, with real poverty, alcoholism, and violent oppression. So both racism as we know it and settlerism each had their origins in capitalist colonialism and are related, but are also quite distinct. Settler colonial societies have a specialized history because they started as invasion and occupation forces for Western capitalism, usually as social garrisons in the Third World, as Western capitalism expanded out of Europe into the Americas, Africa, Asia. Oh my god, disappear? No, don't disappear. I like the flat Muddy it's thrown when Muddy said, does it do it twice if I say it twice in the same message? Yeah, it does. It do. Oh, and I was... Sussy wanted to have one of those pop in to existence, and then I said, oh, I'll make one of my own, and then I popped open the 3D program, and then I died. And then I forgot. I think Sussy just wanted to add the low poly thing. I don't know. I guess if they ask again, I'll put it in. Or I'll take whatever they give me and insert it. Shmimmer. EC. Some critics have argued that your book suggests that racial issues should take precedence over class issues. Oh my god, the white boys are getting mad. JS. This liberal intellectual polarity that race issues and class issues are opposites, are completely separate from each other, and that one or the other must be the main thing, is utterly useless. We have to really get it that race issues aren't the opposite of class issues. That race is always so electrically charged, so filled with mass power, precisely because it's about raw class. That's why revolutionaries and demagogues can both potentially tap into so much power using it, or get burned. You can't steer yourself in real politics, not in America, and not in this global imperialism without understanding race. Class without race in North America is an abstraction, and vice versa. Those who do not get this are always just led around by the nose, they're manipulated without a clue, and it is true that many don't want any more from life than this. But wising up on race only means seeing all the class issues that define race and charge it with meaning. Why should it be so hard to understand that capitalism, which practically wants to barcode our assholes, has always found it convenient to color code its classes? 3D Smid, Sussy Benoit edition. There is a 3D Smid, actually. Sussy made a 3D Smid and sent it to me in some sort of despotic vision. No, yeah. It's one of the random ones that'll show up when Smid throw. I think I have that turned off right now to retain a modicum of seriousness while reading. But, yeah. Thinking about a Smid-shaped rat, or a rat-shaped Smid? Oh, that's horrible. How horrifying. If I were to make a Smid-shaped rat, I would give it 2 rat tails, and the rat tails would be its legs, and it would be absolutely terrifying to all of its enemies. Okay, let's see. Convenient to color-code its classes. When I started high school, way back in the days, it was up north, and in theory, there was no segregation. But our city school system had 5 intellectual levels, or tracks, from the highest college prep track to the lowest remedial vocational ed track. In a high school that was 85% black, the top college prep track never had more than 1 or 2 new Africans. In fact, those classes would literally close for Jewish holidays. When we started high school, all of us non-white types were automatically assigned to the bottom 2 tracks, which we could only rise out of by achievement. I must have been white passing enough that I snuck by or whatever. Those 2 colored tracks, although there were a few hillbillies in them too, were non-academic, which meant that after 4 years of attendance, you graduated high school, but instead of a diploma, you only got a paper certificate of satisfactory attendance. This was real good for... Oh, yeah, actually, that reminds me. At my high school, East Anchorage High School. Oh, shit. Well, that's okay. I don't live in Anchorage anymore. At that school, they had this program called School Within a School, or SWS. It was basically 99% white kids. They did have... Wait, no. No, the one native kid he was not in the SWS program. You could get, like, sometimes, I guess, if they didn't have enough room in the other classes. So, like, SWS had, like, their own section of the school kind of to themselves, and most of the students in those classes were also part of the SWS program. But then, like, sometimes if they didn't have enough room in the other classes, you would be put into one of those. So there was this, they had like a token black student for like the first 2 years that I was there, and then I don't remember seeing him there anymore in the last 2 years. Maybe in the last 3 years that I was in high school. There was like a Japanese girl, and there was me, a Wasian. No, the Japanese girl, actually, she also was not there later, but that was for other reasons. I think that was because she had to move out of the state. But it was like nearly all white kids. And white teachers too. I remember there was a black teacher I had for like I took a class for mythology, I think. He was not in SWS, so it was like another part of the school that I literally never had any other classes in. I was in the SWS program because I got like grandfathered into it. Oh, cringe, grandfather voting clauses. Ugh. It's because my sister was also in the program. She was one of the token minority type of hardworking. She burned herself out in high school, I think. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. They did some stuff where it was like, in SWS, they did some stuff where it was like, I don't know how to describe it. It was like, sort of kind of activist vibe programs. Finna. Oh, I did it again. I said finna. Gonna have to keep counter of shame. They had a thing where it was, I think one of them was, actually maybe it was unrelated, but I think it was, whatever, they had a couple of thingies, but it's like, I don't know if it was fundraising for like relief stuff across the world or whatever, but it's just kind of like that misplaced sort of, oh, the poor stinky Africans, we have to help them. Anyway. Oh yeah, I remember I totally failed 10th grade English. And then that was in SWS classes, and then I had to retake it, and then I was in like, not retake it, what was it? I don't remember if, no, I think it was that I was I still went into 11th grade English, but it wasn't in SWS anymore, and it was like a different class, and there was a lot more mixed. I don't know, Anchorage just got kind of a mixed population of many different immigrant population people, but it was had a lot more different ethnicities or nationalities in it. Actually had Black and Islander people in it. Wow, really messed up. So I guess, I don't know. That tracks with what this guy's saying, where there's like there's a group where you had to like submit a thing to be admitted into SWS. You had to be a smarty cake or whatever. And as you know, the school is in the poor side of town. They're not going to be able to educate you as good because they won't have as much funding because blah blah blah, redlining, etc. Let's see. Instead of a diploma, you only got a paper certificate of satisfactory attendance. This was real good for getting you your slave job as a porter or at the garment factory. My first full-time job, the summer I was 14. Oh, let's see. But in fact, you couldn't qualify for college with it, even if you had somehow managed to get literate. So college education and middle-class careers just accidentally happened to be legally forbidden to most new Africans in our city. Everyone knew this who wanted to. It was just a fact of life. So much so that when I started working for the neighborhood gang council, some small gangs, but mostly what grew into the local sub-gangs of the big vice lords and cobras and D's, as a nerdy 10-year-old, the leader said that they wanted me to go on to graduate from high school since none of the rest of them would. Obviously, even then, Asians were designated to finish school. Of course, now neo-colonial capitalism has had to get much slicker and share some loot, create neo-colonial bourgeois classes. Starting a new movement, a new radicalism, we need a better map of class, which means we need to see what's really happening with race, just for starters. Oh, thanks for the stretch. Settlers did that for US history, particularly for the black, Indian, white main structure of colonial capitalism here, but that's only a beginning, an outline, not a full map. It might be good to come at this from a different angle than the customary black-white situation. Oh, and water? Oh, that's so messed up. Let me use an obscure example from my own life, in which race and even anti-racism laid out a different kind of subtle class politics. Okay. Water sipping. A number of years ago, I was trying to help a group of young Chinese American activists on an anti-racist campaign. This was an interesting case of how a pure race issue only fronted for class politics. Now, these folks were paper Maoists in every worst way you could think of, and all my friends know that I'm someone who has warm feelings for the old chairman. Not only did they have what Mao once called invincible ignorance, but were also arrogantly full of Han nationalism. Yeah, I think that's something that plagues modern China. It's like their own version of being a white racist. They did have physical courage, at least. Their project was to protest... Oh, loud car moment. Their project was to protest the sports racism in the famous industrial town of Pekin, Illinois, which was originally named in the 19th century after Beijing. Oh, geez. And whose high school sports teams were colorfully named the Chinks. Capitalism, what an ever-amazing civilization. What next? Auschwitz, the perfume. Jeez. Okay. Every week, a few carloads of young Asian protesters would arrive in Peking. Yeah, that's pretty... I mean, I guess they wouldn't dare do that nowadays, but it definitely sounds like something they would... You know, back when everyone was praising Hitler and Ford was sending money yearly to him. Every week, praising Mussolini and Hitler. Every week, a few carloads of young Asian protesters would arrive in Pekin to picket the high school and city hall, hold television news conferences, and keep the issue simmering in the news. You see, the small flaw in the campaign was that all the protesters had to be imported from New York and Chicago. There were only 8 Chinese families in town. That's like, if we use my family count as an average, which is probably not a good count. 4 people per family, 2 parents and 2 children. 4 times 8, 32 people. That's nothing. There were only 8 Chinese families in town, and all were refusing to have anything to do with the anti-Chinks campaign, not wanting to lose their livelihoods, homes, and be driven out of town by the controversy. Driven out by the white people. By accident, not in any political way, I had casually met 2 vaguely liberal young white guys there. One was a teacher in that very high school. The second was a UAW, United Auto Workers Union, shop steward at the nearby giant Caterpillar tractor assembly plant, which was Pekin's main industry. So I thought, maybe they could be persuaded to get some local people to take a moderate, wishy-washy public stand. Anything, just to give the Chinese families some local community cover if they wanted to speak out. There was zero local support of any kind, including all the unions and churches, of course. Womp womp. Let's see. Oh, they mean they, as in this paper Maoist group. Let's see. When I suggested it to this Maoist group, there was a moment's startled, stony silence. Then the leader barked, "We do not work with white people. Discussion over." So, is this a good example of that era of racial issues taking precedence over class issues? I know some radicals might think that, but they'd just be getting faked out. Damn, he got me. He got me from a month ago good. or whatever. And first off, okay, well, I wasn't like that bad, but I still had some remnants. I still had some crust. Yeah. Okay, first off, to those activists running it, race was not what was central to their thinking. After all, if those Asian American dudes had really been into either race or anti-racism, oh, wait, no, oh, maybe they were, no, maybe he was referring to the, I don't know. See, race was not what was central to the thinking. After all, if those Asian American dudes had really been into either race or anti-racism, they might have started by organizing and working with the local Asian families. They might have tried to help find some survival strategy for these families. Couldn't just drive off into the sunset after each press conference. Being an isolated Asian family in a heavy white racist scene is no joke, obviously. This is just a normal problem in anti-racist work, which folks had to deal with all the time in small towns in 1960s Mississippi, for instance. Oh, damn. He's blowing them up. It also wasn't true that those Chinese American leftists didn't work with white people. They did that all the time when they wanted. And these Han nationalists even argued for the revolutionary nature of the white working class. What it came to realize was, in that situation, they didn't want any broad community support for the Chinese families there, or to let others into their issue, because they had a really different agenda. Excuse me, which was to get sole public credit for this and other anti-racist issues, so that their little Maoist party could vault into political dominance over the Chinese American communities. Later, when they thought it necessary, they even used physical violence and death threats to drive other Asian groups away. They intended to be the people in ethnic power, in effect like replacing the Tongs. These paper Maoists had a pure class agenda, all right, only it was a bourgeois agenda. Although they themselves might have honestly believed what they did was revolutionary, they had anti-working class politics hidden by anti-racism. And I'm confused by the phrasing here. They had anti-working class politics hidden by anti-racism and left people of color talk. And this Maoist group really did get their Andy Warhol like 15 minutes of fame, becoming large in part because the more dishonest and destructive their anti-racist maneuvers became, the more support they got from white middle-class liberals and progressives. Coincidentally, I mean, for many white social democrats, those white anti-repression experts, academic leftists, etc., those types that subject us to those endless droning lectures about the working class, which they aren't in, and don't get, of course. As a sage comrade of mine always says, like is drawn to like, even if their outward appearance is very different. This is a more difficult, easy to slip and fall on, even dangerous way of seeing things than radicals here are used to. But either we learn it well, or we're lost in this postmodern decaying civilization. That dead left way of thinking about race and class not only isn't radical, it's corrupt and anti-working class. Why the giant United Auto Workers local down there near Peking never saw anything wrong with Asian children being forced to go to school in a white supremacist haze, surrounded by constant references to the Chinks, was just business as usual for the labor aristocracy in America. In the 1960s and 70s, all those government-regulated American unions fought even elementary civil rights tooth and nail, including the most liberal, including those run by white socialists like the East Coast garment workers and West Coast longshoremen. Many dissenting black longshoremen in the 60s and 70s were literally barred from the industry for life by the dictatorship of the settler socialist labor bosses of the ILWU. As outrageous as it may be, those socialist union dictators could just issue orders that this new African or that Chicano was not to be allowed to work on the docks again ever. Oh, they loved Martin orating and marching nonviolently. Oh, Martin Luther King. Marching nonviolently far off in Washington, but they fought civil rights inside their industries and unions every bitter step of the way. It's also true that in places, in Detroit, San Francisco, Flint, New York City, there were small handfuls of maverick white socialists and anarchists who sided with the black and Latino workers, even against their own white left. Mavericks? Mavericks, Mega Man X? Hmm. Thing with the Mavericks and Mega Man X. Oh my god, we're talking about video games again. Oh, I'm sorry. I think Mega Man Zero, the later series, did a much better handling of using the word or okay, I guess in Japanese there's usually irregulars. Irregular. But then they translate it to Mavericks in English, but it's like Mega Man X is like little tiny baby world where the woke mind virus is real and it turns you into an evil robot guy who just wants to krill things. I mean, I guess it's literally the lore of blah 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 Sigma virus blah blah blah, but it's whatever. If whatever. Imagine if the solution to an epidemic was, and then we killed everyone to make sure the virus didn't spread. Okay. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, I guess it is also a little strange with the whole thing of blah 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 robots and blah 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 humans, but except we never actually see humans in Mega Man X. So, I don't know. Okay. The funny thing is that for all the constant Marxist blah blah about government unions as main roads of the class struggle, in our lifetime, the AFL-CIO unions have been on the wrong side of just about every major mass movement. I saw a thing once about Lenin and working with the reactionary unions and blah blah blah. I guess that would have been fine for like Russia and the other so and so Soviet bloc countries. But I guess for the United States, that'd probably be pretty cringe, huh? They're like ultra reactionary. Or rather, at the very least, you have to treat them with a lot more caution. Okay. Let's see. On the wrong side is just about every major mass movement. That's why they've been backslapping with Pat Buchanan, and helping to legitimize white racism in the current anti-WTO campaign. I guess because that's their job. Many people conveniently forget that these business unions were rebuilt to conform to tight capitalist laws, are constantly U.S. government regulated and monitored, have involuntary membership, and are about as... about as democratic as the USSR. No comment on that. I don't actually know. Whatever. I think I watched a video once by a YouTuber person whose parents lived in the USSR and who grew up in a former Soviet bloc country, and they had a thing about... Did they? Oh, no. Actually, no, it was someone else's video. But, I'm bad at remembering stuff. Okay. Whatever. Which had elections, reforms, and repairs too, before it broke down under the mismanagement of primitive capitalist empire. Yeah, before it devolved into... Before a little capitalist organism that had burrowed inside devoured its organs and then exploded outward. Figuratively, of course. Once workers unions were free associations, were wild, were outside bourgeois law and part of a counterculture of the oppressed, but these genetically modified creations only use the same name. EC. Speaking of white workers, another criticism I've heard is that you are denying that there's even a white working class in the United States. Would you say that this is an accurate reading of your work, or are people missing the point? The white boys are mad. No. JS. Excuse me. Now, there obviously is a white working class in the US, a large one of many, many millions. From offshore oil derricks to the construction trades to auto plants. But it isn't a proletariat. It isn't the most exploited class from which capitalism derives its super profits. Oh, he's mad. Far fucking from it. As a shorthand, I call it the Whiteitariat. These aren't these aren't insights unique to settlers by the book by any means. Unfortunately, whenever Western radicals hear words like unions and working class, a rosy glow glazes over the vision, and the Internationale seems to play in the background. Even many anarchists seem to fall into a daze and to magically transport themselves back to seeing the militant social workers of Marx and Engels' day, forgetting that there have been many different kinds of working classes in history, forgetting that Fred, he called him that's so fucked up. That Fred Engels himself criticized the English industrial working class of the late 19th century as a bourgeois proletariat, an aristocracy of labor. He pointed out how you could tell the non-proletarian bourgeois strata of the English working class. They were the sectors that were dominated by adult men, not women or children. Engels also wrote that the bourgeois sectors were those that were unionized. Sounds like a raving ultra-leftist, doesn't he? Sorry, when I'm laughing, I'm not mocking. I'm like, damn, you just slayed them, bro. In shock. Yeah, okay. Sounds like a raving ultra-leftist, doesn't he? Which he sure wasn't. So, that this is a strategic and not a tactical problem, that it has a material basis in imperialized class privilege, has long been understood by those willing to see reality. The fact that we have radical movements here addicted to not seeing reality is a much larger crisis than any one issue. EC. Don't some of the benefits of living in an imperialist metropole trickle down even into some of the internal colonies, causing some of the distorting effects of settlerism to be replicated within, for example, the non-white working classes within the United States? JS. Yes, absolutely. Radical workers themselves have often understood this, although the official Marxist left has always worked to silence them. Way back in the 1970s, two Detroit auto workers wrote a short pamphlet about politics addressed to fellow workers who have begun to wonder whether they are going to spend the rest of their lives just hustling for more money. What was so striking about this was the authors, James Boggs and James Hawker, who between them had over 50 years' experience in the plants. Strikes, militant factory caucuses, revolutionary organizations, black nationalism, mass ghetto rebellions, they had taken part in it all. One of them, James Boggs, had been a close comrade and co-author of the Pan-African revolutionary historian C.L.R. James. Boggs was one of the leading working-class theoreticians of the 1960s Black Revolution. The role of the white racist construction trades unions back then, who were used by the U.S. government as their unofficial goon squads to beat up anti-Vietnam War protesters, was infamous. But Boggs and Hawker don't let their fellow factory workers escape responsibility either. They remind them, and the rest of us, that all the AFL-CIO unions, even the liberal ones, completely backed U.S. military aggression in Asia, the Caribbean, and Latin America. Nor did it stop there, since Boggs and Hawker saw a direct relationship between the opportunism of all the unions and the opportunism of a bribed U.S. working class. What was so refreshing was that Boggs and Hawker expressly rejected the time-worn and worn-out radical argument that U.S. workers are free from all sin. Sort of like the ultimate condom of immaculate conception. Since supposedly it is only sellout by the union bureaucracy which has kept the workers in check. Workers coming into the auto plants today receive economic benefits undreamed of by their predecessors. These benefits tie workers to the company, particularly the high seniority workers. It also creates in them a vested interest in the system, which exerts a growing influence on how they view the social reality around them. More and more, they think only about their own interests. They only worry about how to get mine, or at best, get ours. Yeehaw. Okay. The two pointed out how auto workers in Detroit refuse to fight for better mass transit because, although they know how much poor people need this, they also think that adequate public transportation might mean fewer jobs for them. Oh, auto workers. Oh, cars. Okay. This opportunism is clearly demonstrated in dealing with the most important issues of our time, such as the war in Indochina and the inflation caused by the war. The war in Indochina took the lives of thousands of youth in this country, many of them sons of working-class families. But it was the workers and their organizations who demonstrated enthusiastic support for the clearly illegal war perpetrated by the United States government, even when other groups in the society, especially students, were showing by their actions increasing distaste for the war. Many workers, when challenged individually, would deny that they supported the war, but at the same time, they refused to take any actions to exhibit opposition to the war and clearly were hostile to the students who opposed the war. The attitude of most workers was, "The president knows best," and in any case, what mattered was their jobs, even if their job was making bombs or napalm to burn up the Vietnamese. These guys were seriously pissed off at their own class, at their brothers and sisters, and not afraid to lay it all out. But saying that U.S. industrial workers are not as a whole revolutionary or class conscious, and check out that Boggs and Hawker, who worked in the Detroit auto factories that were black majority, are definitely not just exposing the white Proletariat alone, but black workers as well. Isn't the end of the road. I'm not saying that we should forget about working class organizing. What I am suggesting is that radical working class politics here needs different strategies than the traditional left has understood. Everything that we've discussed just clears away all the middle class left underbrush, so people can see the actual path before us and get down to work. Settlers didn't directly deal with all this naturally, since it's historical analysis of the oppressor class structure in history. EC. Would you say that organizing within the present-day white working class is hopeless? JS. We need to talk about how people unthinkingly objectify the working classes. It never occurs to anyone to believe that the metropolitan middle classes... It never occurs to anyone to believe that the metropolitan middle classes are going to overthrow the system that privileges them. No one says, the white doctors and professors and managers are the revolutionary class. Yet, without any big fuss or posturing, middle-class radicals just organize in those classes when and where they can, all around themselves. Students just form issue groups in even the most elite universities. Teachers try to open minds to social justice, while even some doctors volunteer to serve in refugee camps or argue with the majority of their criminal profession about being healers, not rip-offs or stock market addicts. For better or worse, success or defeat. No big political deal. It's just living the life, the meal that's set before us. Okay, as in... Yeah. But when it comes, like, as in, like, non-communistic, whatever, just, like, organizing around social justice type things. But when it comes to the working classes, whoa, then it's all this ideological caca. To believe what we're told, no one should want to organize or educate workers unless they can be sure that the entire class is bound for glory as the main force for revolution, which you won't see here in this lifetime, trust me. Oh. So the white workers as a whole are either the revolutionary answer, which they aren't unless your cause is snowmobiles and lawn tractors, or they're like ignorant scum you wouldn't waste your time on. Small wonder rebellious poor whites almost always seek out the right rather than the left. There's an underlying assumption that revolutionary movements worldwide share that's always there for us, that we are part of the working classes, that we live our lives in these communities, hold those jobs, try to live productive lives, not just do capitalist bullshit, struggle within these class situations. We're talking in a wide arc here, maybe, but to a point, to how we need to build movements that have the learned skill of the recognition of reality, that understand revolutionary politics as more than abstract ideology, in more than an academic or reform movement way. Radicalism can be, gotta actually show up to those neighborhoods and not just pontificate. It's possible. If radicalism can build small countercurrents of liberation in the overwhelmingly corrupt middle classes, why should similar work be questioned in the white working class communities? What I am fighting is the slick Marxist or anarchist opportunism. I put more quotation mark around anarchist. The slick Marxist or anarchist opportunism, which sees aligning with the white settler majority in reform politics as the absolute necessity. Malcolm X and women's liberation, ACT UP and Wounded Knee 2. Damn, they made a sequel? That's kind of fucked up. anti-Vietnam, war draft, card burning, and radical ecology were all shocking to the majority of North Americans. Radical threats to the American way of life and loudly condemned. Radical threats to the American way of life, and loudly condemned not only by the majority, but more specifically by the white working class. These political offensives by the few turned everything upside down, because in the metropolis, radical and democratic change can only come against the wishes of the bribed majority. That may be tough to swallow for white folks, but reality is just reality. This obsession with needing a social majority has nothing to do with being practical. What it has to do with is, social majority, waiting until the gamers rise up or whatever. What it has to do with is bourgeois and defeatist thinking. This is like the left thinking that could not build a practical anti-fascist movement in Weimar Republic Germany during the 1920s and 30s, although millions hated Nazism and wanted to do something, because that German left was too preoccupied with fantasies of either seizing or getting elected into state power for itself. That left was too lost in delusions of success almost within their hands. Oh. Yeah, cart before them. Okay. Success almost within their hands. Delusions of maneuvering together a majority, to bother even really understanding fascism coming up fast in the rearview mirror. The urgent need was to organize a working minority to counter fascism in a much more radical way, not by trying to defend liberal bourgeois rule. All the real things that had to be done by scattered German anti-fascists later after the Nazis were put into power, such as to survive politically, to significantly sabotage the war effort, to rescue Jews and Romani and gays, to build an underground against the madness of the Third Reich. All of these things were attempted bravely, but largely unsuccessfully, because they had to be done too late from scratch. This is a much larger subject, too large to dive into now, but it is on the horizon like the smoke of a distant forest fire. EC. Are the settler societies of North America different from the racist and imperialist countries in Europe in any kind of fundamental way which should be important to anti-fascists? JS. Which takes us into somewhat different ground. I'm not knowledgeable enough on European politics or on Canada, so that I could do a list of point-by-point comparisons. Canada is another settler colonial genocidal thing, but yeah. What I'd like to do instead is to talk about US society, and readers themselves can see if the comparisons make any sense. And yes, I've run into young fascists of the stormtrooper variety with their gray semi-Waffen SS uniforms, open veneration of Hitler, open talk of mud races, etc. I still think that fascism here has been very influenced by its birth within a settler society. Excuse me, instead of just being some lame copy of the German experience. Just as Israeli settler neo-fascism has a very different language and public look from that of their Nazi tutors, taking a religious fundamentalist form. The most conspicuous difference between Europe and North America was class in the outward form of race. In the centuries before World War II, the overwhelming mass of the European populations were poor and in misery. They were the proletarian classes, the laborers, poor peasants, and oppressed industrial workers. But in the settler colonies and nations, the lowest classes, the proletarians, were the natives, the conquered, or the imported colonial laborers, while white settler workers were automatically from birth, no matter how poor, a whole level up. As W.E.B. Du Bois remarked about poor white workers in the post-Civil War South, thanks to imperialism, which is why the mass of French colons, which is why the mass of French colonial, whatever. The mass of French colons in Algeria solidly supported imperialism against the Algerian people, while millions of working class and poor whites in the segregationist U.S. South were more than willing to help police and kill and terrorize black people. And even today, a century and more later, if we left it up to the white majority, the U.S. would secede from the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement, would secede from NAFTA and the World Trade Organization, all right, and fly the Confederate flag. As far as I remember, the NAFTA is mostly beneficial to the U.S. anyway. Maybe the U.S. and Canada. And then Mexico gets fucked over. Free trade agreement, as in, give me all your stuff. But, yeah, okay. Schmear. They would totally do it anyway. Okay. In many settler societies, historically, the white population not only supported the police, in part they were the police. Unlike in old Europe, where in general the masses of people were kept disarmed and landless, in settler colonies, often the entire Euro-male culture revolved around common and cheap access to land and rifles in the bodies of the oppressed. Posses or militias or committees of correspondence or lynch mobs of armed men enforced the local settler dictatorship over Indians, Latinos, Africans, Asians, North Africans, women, etc. And white men of all classes joined in to affirm their membership in the most important class of all. Settlerism filled the space that fascism normally occupies. So in the 1920s and 1930s, large fascist movements arose in old Europe out of the bitter class deadlock in war-torn societies. But in the US then, while there were small fascist groups and certainly real currents of sympathizers, enough to fill Madison Square Garden in Manhattan on one occasion, there was no mass movement for fascist seizure of power itself, nor was the ruling class close to implementing fascism. The sputtering flare-ups of attempted fascist coups by ruling class elements against the reformist Roosevelt New Deal, Colonel McCormick's Chicago Tribune newspaper, calling for the assassination of the president, or the DuPont abortive seizure of Washington using suborned U.S. Marines, were easily shrugged off. There was major U.S. imperialist support for Italian, Spanish, and German fascism before and even during World War II, as opposed to support for fascism at home. Fascism was distinct from racism or white supremacy, which were only as American as apple pie. Neither the ruling class nor the white masses had any real need for fascism. What for? There was no class deadlock paralyzing society. There already was a long-standing, thinly disguised settler dictatorship over the colonial proletariat in North America. In the U.S., settlerism made fascism unnecessary. However good or bad the economic situation was, white settlers were getting the best of what was available, which was why both the white left and white far right alike back then in the 1930s were patriotic and pro-American. Now only the white left is. Damn. The white left here is behind in understanding fascism, when they're not using the word loosely and rhetorically to mean any repression at all, like the frequent assertions that cutting welfare is fascism. I mean, give us a break. They're still reciting their favorite formula, that the fascists are only the pawns of the ruling class. No, that was Nazism in Germany, maybe. Though, even there, that's not a useful way of looking at it. But definitely not here, not in that old way. The main problem hasn't been fascism in the old sense. It's been neocolonialism and bourgeois democracy. The bourgeoisie didn't need any fascism at all to put Leonard Peltier away in maximum security for life or Mumia on death row. They hunted down the Black Panthers and the American Indian movement like it was deer hunting season, while white America went shopping at the mall, all without needing fascism. And the steady waterfall of patriarchal violence against women, of rapes and torture and killings, and very effective terrorism on a mass scale, should remind us that the multitude of reactionary men have equal opportunity under democracy too. They don't need fascism yet. Right now, under neocolonial democracy, the system of patrolling and confining the black nation is at a fever pitch. Every known narcotic is being shoved and shoveled onto the streets of the nation like it was confetti at parade time. Coke, heroin, malt liquor, bud, crack, commodified sex, you name it. The huge 2 million inmate U.S. prison system contains the largest single black community of all. 1 out of every 4 black men in Washington, D.C. is in jail, prison, on parole or probation, or awaiting trial, i.e., under direct supervision by the law enforcement system. Even Ronald K. Noble, the new Secretary General designate of Interpol, has written that he regularly gets stopped, questioned, and sometimes even searched by U.S. police. In Europe too, of course. Oh, I guess he's black. And if the top law enforcement official in the capitalist world gets routinely stopped as a black man for U.S. racial police checks, guess what happens to the unemployed, to young working class black men? The old black industrial working class has been largely wiped out, and warlord armies and gangs given informal state permission to rule over much of the inner city at gunpoint. A few years ago, I went home with a comrade. When we got off the bus, all the passengers started walking home down the middle of the street. My friend explained that all the sidewalks were owned by one or another dope gang or dealer, reserved for their crew and customers. You walked in the street or you got taken down by a 9mm. While the new black middle class takes itself out of the game, flees the old communities and disperses itself into the suburbs. Why would capitalists need fascism? Democracy is doing the job for them full gale force. And let's not forget that North America has at the same time become the conscience of the world, lecturing everyone else on human rights. How sweet it is. Guess Leonard Peltier must be a prisoner in China. But I am not saying that the situation is static, or that past history isn't being raised and rebuilt. All variants of capitalist metropolitan societies are becoming slowly but surely more alike. Quebec and Raleigh, Tokyo and Frankfurt, as capital expands, develops and merges. While Western European farmers complain about McDonald's and agro-business, they willingly accept the most significant Americanization, the replacement of Western European labor with Algerians, Turks, Albanians, etc. Throughout Europe, the proletariat has been pushed outside of national boundaries socially, just as Euro-settlerism once did in the Third World, and is being redefined as Arab, Filipino, Algerian, Turkish, Albanian, African, and so on. And as Argiri Emmanuel has noted, imperialism is gradually abandoning its own kith and kin, its settler societies. We first saw this in Kenya in 1960, where the British settler colony was unceremoniously dumped after the Mau Mau Rebellion in favor of an African neo-colonial regime. Then in Algeria, where French imperialism gave up on what had, by their laws, been an actual province of France, and left a million French-Algerian settlers to lose their farms and homes and possessions, to flee in a frenzied mass evacuation. Capitalism has no loyalties after all, only interests, to paraphrase a famous statesman. It was only then that the colonizers, and their military sympathizers sought an end to French bourgeois democracy, to start a new fascist interlude. Even in North America, settlers are being told by imperialism to move over and make room for new immigrants from Asia, Latin America, the Middle East, and Africa. To pay the bill as the state gives back some land, and reparations and tax concessions to native nations, and they certainly hate it. So there's a certain convergence of settler and non-settler metropolitan societies becoming more alike. In the US, the increasingly global ruling class has no need of domestic fascism, so far. But white mass politics is not confined to taking phone calls from the ruling class. Far from it. EC. How do you view the... Hold on, let me check when this was written. 2000. Okay. EC. How do you view the rise of the far right, specifically the American far right? JS. We can see that neo-fascism is a growing factor in US politics. That was in 2000, so I guess now it's kind of crispy. It's breaded. Its ultimate is bready. It's crisped up. Still marginal, but already more significant than, say, white Marxism. The far right is politically strong enough, represents so much mass sentiment, that its momentary electoral champion, Pat Buchanan, has become the hero of some trade unions and the closet ally of white socialists and anarchists in the anti-WTO campaign. For more details on the right wooing the left in the anti-globalization movement, see My Enemy's Enemy, published by Anti-Fascist Forum. CursedBlubadeb.com. Posts Raceburn My Enemy. Oh, Link is dead. I'll have to put it in the Wayback Machine, I guess. And again, to understand this dynamic, we have to lay aside 1930s political formulas and take the social reality in a fresh way. Were Timmy McVeigh and his comrades tools of the ruling class when they dusted the federal building in Oklahoma City? Does finance capital and the big bourgeoisie pull the strings behind the militia movement as it spreads doctrines of tax resistance, seizing federal land, and targeting the imperialist state as white man's main enemy? See, you'd have to be nuttier than they are to believe that. The old pawns of the ruling class 1930s analysis of European fascism do not apply right here in the old way. Let's see. This is too big a subject for me to go into fully here, but the broad outline is obvious. The far right is growing steadily. moving on the offensive as white settler society itself is fragmenting and being forced to gradually give up its old national form under immense pressures from the new global imperialism. In this fragmentation, some sectors and classes of the old settler society are now more open to neo-fascism in their desperate search for a new civilization for themselves in which they will still be masters of the land. While in Europe, the much larger fascist current has manifested itself by violent attacks on immigrant labor and on defending the concept of the old nations. In the US, the new right is primarily concerned with attacking the US state itself, using both armed struggle and mass political organizing, and founding new self-governing cults and societies. That is to say, it is... Well, I don't know, I guess revolutionary movements can still be reactionary. That is to say, it is an emerging revolutionary, as in emphasis on the reactionary part, not on the... They're not going to bring communism. It is an emerging revolutionary movement, albeit still a small one. The left has little daily contact with the fascists because they are in different classes and live in different geographic areas and in diverging societies. In the best guerrilla fashion, this new right is bypassing the major cities with their massive third world populations, corporate economies, and large state machinery. Rather, their focus is on winning de facto power inside the marginalized white male populations. Romeoville, Illinois, rather than Chicago. Prisons rather than Ivy League colleges. Theirs is a restatement of the early settler vision of setting up independent outposts of a racially cleansed culture on re-pioneered white land, with heavily armed bands of once again masculine white men pushing out the mercenary U.S. authorities. For a period of time, we could see both white fascist right and the white left, working in geographically separate cultures on this vast continent, grow without impinging on or really clashing with each other. Both mostly white, free Mumia campaigns in the old major cities, and the quiet ouster of federal agents from western lands. Oh. I guess this is what it's referring to. Okay. Okay. The old right of the 1920s Klan or 1960s white citizens councils or Minutemen or Jewish Defense League were patriotic and pro-USA. They saw themselves as saving the traditional America and often cooperated closely with and were led by local business, police, the FBI, and government officials. In a major reversal, the new far-right is radically anti-American. Anti-American as in, I don't know. Okay, whatever. It sees their white male settler empire of America from sea to shining sea as really lost. Its cities taken over, and the subhuman millions of the mud races, its economy drained by the Jew banks and the alien corporate economy. Its culture polluted by hostile genetic contaminants, its once proud citizens increasingly without rights and dictated to by the shell of the former U.S. government, which is now the Zionist occupation government. Yeah, that is a thing, that weird little thing that gets focused on, where they're like, oh, the U.S. is just a puppet state of Israel. No, it's the other way around. The U.S. is still the one that has all the power, and Israel's like, the U.S. could end it right now if it wanted. The U.S. could, yeah. Schmimmer. And while the masses of conservative Euro-Americans are not yet fascist, neither are they anti-fascists. And the hard core of the new far right is very fascist, since neo-fascism represents the basic ideology that the aspiring white lumpen bourgeoisie need to restart and reorganize a part of settler society as their own private fiefdom. The U.S. Constitution just doesn't work for them. Just as Trudjman and Milosevic, who once were Yugoslavian patriots and socialists when that met their class interests, turns to neo-fascism and genocidal ethnic nationalism to be born again as the local lumpen bourgeoisie under global imperialism. Take the David Duke phenomenon. As we all know, in 1990, Louisiana State Representative David Duke ran for the U.S. Senate. And losing, Duke still won a large majority of the statewide white vote, some 57%. His highest percentage of votes came from white workers with incomes under $15,000 a year. This despite the fact that Duke was, and is notoriously not merely as a racist, but as someone who has spent his entire adult life as a very public neo-Nazi organizer, propagandist, and leader. He was opposed by both Republican and Democratic parties, and the churches, civic, and business organizations. The entire media machine kept exposing and criticizing him, repeatedly running old photos of him in his American Nazi Party uniform. Yet, if it wasn't for the black voters, David Duke, naked fascist agenda and all, would have emerged as one of the most powerful politicians and in the U.S. Senate. You can see why granting black people the vote was so important to U.S. imperialism, and why the white masses were carefully never given a chance to directly vote on it. For sure, the growth of fascism here has many class contradictions of its own, and their Aryan future is far from certain. But it is significant that while the masses of Euro-Americans are not fascists, being a neo-fascist is quietly acceptable to many of them. Today, the radical future is dividing into those who, whatever their strategies and ideologies, recognize that fact, and those who still wish to avoid facing it. Oh my god, random commenter from 14 years later. Okay. Shmee, 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 shmee. You can see this all on the Webbiz site, if you so choose. Let's see what the Maoist International says. I'll just skim it real quick. Sakai, August 1990. Sakai has a dim view of groups like Marxist. No, was it MIM? What did it say? Maoist International? Since Sakai supports armed struggle now. Yeah, armed struggle was cool and awesome. And then I closed it. This article says that no, he totally should have sided with U.S. imperialists in World War II. Okay. I finished the last few chapters, which weren't as short as the rest, and then I also read the this interview.
Are you done? Done?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna find some more right out, man.
Oh.
Shmammer. Okay, let's clear these out. Oh, I can hear myself. Meow, 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 meow. I guess I'll just raid into Hano. It's not, I don't know, it would feel weird to raid into random gamer streamer and be like, hi, I was reading about...
You did it?
Be like, hi, I was reading about, the reactionary nature of the so-called white working class, and how it's not the real proletariat of the da-da-da, and they'd be like, huh? Okay. I'm probably just gonna... I shouldn't just be playing video games. There's drawing to be done, but I don't want to draw. I'm probably just gonna be playing more Star Sector. Missed the end in. It's okay, you can go back and look at the VOD, I guess. Yum yum. Oh, I had pet. Don't worry, Hana was cool about it. Yeah, that's what I was. Hana was cool about it. Oh, there's another reason I shouldn't video game. My wrist bump. Okay, bye-bye. Don't forget to take your pills. Don't forget to fuck your homie. I mean, never mind. Bye.